So, all right. We're live. You take it away.
Sweet. All right. Oh, you want me to roll into here, let me see if
Yeah, however you start your
all right, cool.
shows, or
I can't see your end, but oh, you probably don't have it enabled yet. All right. I don't even know how I start my shows. So the reason I'm doing this on X, because it's super informal, no big deal.
Cool.
I kind of want to talk to people, and there's not a lot of video content on X yet that is I feel like it's a safe place for a lot of this stuff too. So there's some things that if you can dabble in on YouTube, you can on X all day,
Oh yeah.
But so I'm talking with Old World Florida. I've been bugging him for a while. I've been getting in his DMs and making threats and saying stuff and trying to talk to him about there's so many things. But the topic of Jesus was one that I was very interested in just a few weeks ago. I mostly got interested into it because of how it's used as a kind of like a social engineering weapon of like, oh, he was Jewish, you owe us. And there's this like weird thing that happens, the banter between the Judeo-Christian and who's trying to take ownership of what. Very weird dynamic. It's a weird like relationship creepy thing that's playing out between groups of people, and I kind of want to understand that more. And I think the question of whether he was actually Jewish or not is an interesting one, because he doesn't seem Jewish to me. Like he doesn't have, and there's a difference between one thing I was very interested in, just how Judaism spreads. It hijacks lineages very easily. Like like you can have a bunch of kids like suddenly identify as Jewish who really have no even strong genetic affiliation or a cultural or religious one, and suddenly they're Jewish because one person was at some point. And to what degree they were Jewish is suspect. You see people and they have one grandma, and then suddenly they're all identifying. So it's like hijacks lineages in a strange way. And I was like, just kind of thinking about that with Mary and Jesus. So I'm interested what you have to say about Mary as well. I think she has a role in this question.
Yeah. Man, yeah, these are all good points, and I hear you on maybe elements of the Jewish community kind of exploiting this notion that Jesus was Jewish, right? And there's a lot of semantics, there's a lot of confusion with the words, there's a lot of oversimplification that goes on, and we're gonna try and separate, right, the truth from the fiction, the propaganda. Another side of this is one that I kind of really, I want to help correct, is there's so many like neo-pagans or European nationalist types, or folk, right? The people who really like to look at their European heritage as a source of strength and inspiration. And I really hate when people say things like not only Jesus was Jewish, which is a huge misconception, but things like the God of Abraham is Middle Eastern, or you worship a Middle Eastern God, right? Or some critics will say Christianity was a Jewish psyop, right? And by the way, I'm getting a little bit of background noise from your end. It's a little noisy.
Better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. But basically, there's big misconceptions, and those three are easy ones to tackle. So, number one, Jesus was not Jewish. Number two, the God of Abraham is not Middle Eastern or a local God. a local storm god or any of this stuff people are saying. And number 3, Christianity is not a Jewish psyop, not a Jewish creation or Frankenstein, right? Not a science experiment gone wrong, not an attempt to overthrow the Roman Empire, at least not in the way that these critics are trying to put it forth. So that's
sorry. So I just got I'm now able to see you. I couldn't figure out how to see you, and my background joke just hit me.
What is your background joke? Is that a real bookshelf or a fake bookshelf?
It's your bookshelf.
Oh, it's my bookshelf.
Yeah, it's just a joke I do where I steal someone's background.
Really?
Sorry, I didn't mean to go.
That's funny. I didn't know you could do that. I thought you were trying to. Measure sticks here, saying, "Oh, I got more books." Or
no. I just we go. Let me back out. There we go. All right.
Oh, that's cool.
Now it looks more like here. Sorry. All right. I didn't mean to throw you off. Continue.
Right,
but I can see you now, so
cool. So, easy way to correct these misconceptions. Number 1, Jesus was Jewish? No. Okay. Let's look at the definition of Jew. Right off the bat, before getting, stuck in the weeds or overcomplicated, just looking around today. Okay. There are 3 ethnic divisions, groups, right? Communities of Judaism today. Mainstream modern Judaism. You have the Sephardim, who originated in Spain between the 1st and 3rd centuries AD. You have the Ashkenazim, who originated around West Germany around the 10th century AD. These are AD, by the way. Guys, listen. And by the way, we all know about the Ashkenazim. We've all heard about these genetic bottlenecks, of only 350 people maybe between 600 and 800 years ago, right? We hear about these bottlenecks, genetic problems, things like that. This is all hundreds of years AD. And then the 3rd, but much lesser known community or ethnic division of Judaism is the Mizrahim. And most people have never heard of the Mizrahim. And that's kind of because they're kind of the least organized. As a term, Mizrahim was coined in the 20th century AD.
Interesting.
1900s, okay?
Very recent.
Now, as far as the communities themselves and some of the families and the individual groups who identify as Mizrahim, some of them do go back to BC, so 600 years BC, roughly, but they trace, their identity to the Babylonian exile, where they didn't exactly make it back home to Jerusalem or Judea with all the other Israelites. Many of them remained in Africa, remained out in Afghanistan, these people, many of them may have never even heard of Jesus until Christianity came hundreds and hundreds of years later. So what's the point there? Well, we just named the 3 groups of Jews today. And I can tell you, and if it isn't obvious, Jesus was none of those. He was none of those. He was not Sephardic. He was not Ashkenazim, not Mizrahim. Okay? These are all new identities. These are communities that emerge hundreds of years after the life and ministry of Jesus. Okay? So to identify Jesus with any of them is beyond foolish. It's kind of anachronistic too, to say, now we got to give some people some leeway here, because the word Jew is really misunderstood. Very, very misunderstood. Jew, the definition of Jew is a couple things. There's different definitions. Number one, the earliest definition is to be a descendant of the tribe of Judah. That was a bloodline thing originally. Later on, we have the kingdom of Judea emerging, and that became more of a nationalistic identity. And later on, after Roman occupation, it became a political identity, religious and political identity. So when you go back to that earliest tribe of Judah, when we're talking about tribe of Judah, that's bloodline. Okay. Now, here's the one concession or admission. Jesus was a true descendant from the tribe of Judah. I don't know if we can say the same for most of Judaism today. So if we're going to use the word Jew, meaning it's synonymous with modern Judaism, we've already proven without a shred of doubt Jesus was not Jewish. He could not have been. He would not be familiar with the customs of the Sephardic, the Ashkenazi, or the Mizrahi. He would not be familiar with them. He would be confused with their customs. He would be confused with the way they observe holidays. None of it's a match. So that's right off the bat. If we're using today's definition of Jew, Jesus could not have been one. He could not have been. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we went over the three ethnic groups that Jesus could not have been. What about more, in essence, or, spiritual traditions? Well, there's four main branches of Judaism today. Mainstream, primary branches of Judaism. Okay, now listen to the dates on these. The dates tell you everything you need to know. Orthodox Judaism originated, there's four types: Orthodox, conservative, Reform, and Reconstructionist. There's some other groups too, but most of them are like hippie movements and stuff you've never heard of. No influence in the Western world whatsoever, pretty much. Orthodox originated in the 19th century in Europe. Conservative Judaism originated in the 19th century in Germany. Reform Judaism originated in 19th century Germany. Reconstructionist Judaism emerged in the 20th century in America. Those are your four main branches of Judaism today. Jesus was not familiar with any of them. He would have had no idea what they were. He would have been confused by their customs, their practices, even their language, probably. So, right there, Jesus was not Sephardic. He wasn't Ashkenazi. He wasn't Mizrahi. And then he wasn't an Orthodox Jew. He wasn't a conservative Jew, not a Reformed Jew, not a Reconstructionist Jew. These are all anachronisms. For someone to say Jesus was any of those is so foolish. Now, I understand people are confused by the word Jew. So that's why we got to go back to the beginning and trace all the way back to Jesus. But yeah, anything you want to touch on before we dive a little deeper?
Not to go on a segue or anything, but it is interesting. Like, you have the devil's in the details. You have to really know how all of these things work, and it's very hard to know sometimes how intricate the factions are, when you're not raised in that environment. I wonder, have you read any biographies of anybody who was raised Jewish and had to navigate the factions and in an honest way, like an honest reporting of what that's like? As you know, it's interesting to me. I wonder what that's like for somebody if they're not swept up by it, so to speak.
Yeah, well, not too much. I've flipped through a lot of Josephus, and he claims to have attempted, or he dipped his toes into each of the sects back in Jesus's day. Pharisee, Sadducee, and the Essenes as well, which is another big, blind spot in not only the discussion about ancient Judaism, but also ancient Christianity, early Christianity, what's often called Jewish Christianity, right? That
Yeah.
early roots movement that Christianity later sprung up out of. They didn't call it Christianity. They called it the way. The earliest Christians were often labeled Nazarene, Nazarani, Nazarini, things like that. Nasorani, that's one of the earliest names we have for Christians. And that is a direct extension of a sect of Judaism that was also totally opposed to the Pharisaic tradition and the Sadducees. So, again, we'll get to them. We'll get to the actual sub-community of the tribe of Judah that Jesus may have emerged out of. But I think we need to start off with, because people love to use this word anti-Semitic. Let's start off with Shem. We'll start off with Shem and then work our way down through the lineage to Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Actually, it's probably not of Nazareth. It's more accurately the Nazarene, because he may have just simply been a Nazarene associated with a community at Nazareth. But who knows, So Shem, where we get Semitic, right? Shem is the second son of Noah, often mistaken for his eldest son because he was kind of blessed like the eldest son after a little, funny American Pie kind of incident that goes on in his tent. Well, and there's a funny little rabbit hole with this too that hopefully we can be mature about. But Shem is the second son of Noah. You have Ham and Japheth are the other brothers. Now, Ham had kind of a bad sense of humor, and Noah got drunk in his tent, and he was left uncovered, or he was, he fell down in a kind of exposing position, and his Ham walks by and laughs, and says, "Yo, look at him! Either his bare ass is out, or he's uncovered in the front, whatever." Yeah. Now Ham makes fun of him and thinks it's funny, goofy, and calls his brothers, "Hey, look, Dad's drunk, butt naked." And the other brothers don't find it as funny as him. And Shem actually says, "Hey, come on, we got to cover Dad up. That's not funny." So Shem does the decent thing, and Japheth is kind of in between. He helps Shem do the right thing, but he's not as righteous and as Shem. So Shem gets blessed because of this whole thing, and Shem essentially gets turned into the older brother.
Because if Shem wasn't there, they probably wouldn't have got done. Just be laughing at Dad. So
yeah.
So Shem's important. Okay.
Yeah. Now there's an interesting little thing here. Another thing that really throws people off is prior to Darwin and theories about human evolution and out of Africa theory, and prior to that, some of the leading anthropological models for humanity were, how humanity got into the different continents and all that. A lot of them revolved around Ham, Shem, and Japheth. And people often viewed that as the original racial division of mankind, that Japheth, the way that it was frequently misconstrued or misinterpreted in the 1700s, 1800s, right up until Darwin's time, you had people saying Asians are from Shem, Shem went to Asia, and from from the Levant to Korea. That's all Shem. And then over into America too, the Native Americans, because via the Bering Strait, these Shemitic people crossed over. Now, you go back to Japheth was said to be the progenitor of the European people and the heavily bearded people around the Mediterranean, maybe some Indian people or, South Asian, Southwest Asian, Afghani, tall, kind of, Indians and Afghanis kind of just look like emaciated,
Yeah.
really tan white people, right?
Yeah.
With beards, and they have our same nose shapes in
Yep.
India, in Afghanistan. So people said that the Japhetic people were the Europeans and the people who look like us. People included Ethiopians in there too sometimes, but then you got to the Hamitic race, and that was like sub-Saharan Africans, Aboriginals in Australia, and like the darkest skinned people in the world. Well, this may be our first or kind of original racial psyop, where it's actually more likely that the Europeans are the Semitic people. Because if all the people in the Levant are claiming to be Semitic today, who are they closer to, genetically speaking? East Asians or Northern Europeans?
Interesting.
Northern Europeans, And in fact, if we want to exclude East Asians, right here you have our nice bubble or sphere of influence from Noah's descendants. Turkey, Mount Ararat, the Middle East,
It's true.
East Europe, West Europe, everything can trickle down nicely there. But all right, so Shem is worth mentioning because that throws a lot of people off. They say Semitic. Well, Palestinians who are not Jewish are also Semitic by definition, right? So I bring up that three-son anthropological model, and we joked about kind of the uncovering earlier. So, maybe this was worth mentioning. One of the evidences that people used for the Asians being the Semitic race, like East Asians, was that they had the smallest packages. I'm not kidding. And that Ham's descendants had the largest package. Yeah, you nailed it. And that Ham's descendants had the largest packages because God was kind of like cursing or joking, saying, "Oh, you want to stare at dicks all day? You think that's funny? Well, I'm going to give you one so big that it's all you can think about. It's going to dominate your brain function, and it's going to hinder you in life." Like,
so Ham had the giant hog.
That's what people used to think. Now, I don't believe that, but it may sound like a blessing until you understand kind of the curse behind it. It's, yeah. But all right, so that's the wackiest. That's the wackiest thing we're going to hear today, I promise.
Right.
But have you ever heard the Irish are often accused of having small packages? You ever heard that? Or like the Greek philosophers, right? That may be more
interesting.
That may be more relevant than we think. So, well, moving on. We gotta keep going down the lineage here. From Shem, a couple generations down, Shem is the great grandfather to a man named Eber. Okay, Eber. This is Eber is actually the true namesake of the word Hebrew. He is the real etymological root of the word Hebrew. In Hebrew, I believe they say Hebrew as Ivri, or at least that's how Hebrew used to be called in different places around the world. Ivri. So Eber is the great grandson of Shem. And Eber, we get words like Hebrew. Also, we get words like Iberia, And did you know that the Irish used to be known as the Hibernians?
Interesting.
Ireland used to be known as Hibernia, and Iberia is pretty close to Ireland. So Iberia and Hibernia are etymologically linked as well. Now, Hebrew, the word Hebrew means river crosser or from the other side,
Interesting.
implying
Okay.
a river. Iberia is named after get this, the Eber River.
Interesting. Okay.
Iberia is named for the Eber River.
Wild.
Now, the Romans called Iberia, they named it, and the meaning was the land on the other side across the Eber River. So Iberia has a nearly identical definition to Hebrew. Okay. And we're going to keep revisiting this, but before the spread of Islam, the cultures you found in Iberia and the culture in Hibernia or Ireland were nearly identical. Before the spread of Islam, you had Celtic or Gallic, Gaulish people living all the way down to the south of Iberia, Spain, Portugal. Those were Celtic people at one time. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, so I wanted to preface something. So I don't think a lot of people are familiar with thinking about the past through phonetics and language, and how sometimes more truth is stored in the sounds of words and where they're linked to than any stories or folktales. Sometimes those can get changed and adapted to, whoever it's useful for in the moment, as they change. And sometimes, the core essences will stay, but a lot of times it's the language. And everyone should be looking up etymologies all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone should always be listening to how certain words sound the same, because it's a really fun exercise to do, and it's just not taught really ever. So I just want to preface that, because I know that's a deep thing for you, that you don't encounter a lot of thinkers who study the past in that way. So so if anyone's listening to this and they're thinking this is no, do it. Go through and start linking sounds and where they travel to, and notice how sometimes they reveal a lot more nuance and truth that gets obscured in story. So
yeah, and kind of what we're scratching at here is the language of the birds. This is kind of phonetic Kabbalah. Now, we haven't really gone that far because people can verify this for themselves. The word Hebrew comes from Eber, who was an ancestor of Abraham. We're getting a little bit of noise on your mic again, by the way.
Here, let me restart it 1 second.
That's all right. Thanks. So, Shem, and then from Shem, later on we get Eber. Now, we'll get to Iberia, Hibernian. We'll get to that when we get to the lost tribes. But right now, we're not too long after Noah's Ark story. Shem, then Eber. Now, Eber was the great-great-grandfather of Terah. Terah is the father of Abraham. Terah is the son of Nahor, or Nahor. He's the great-great-grandson of Eber. Terah is identified as an idol worshiper, and it's indicated he is an idol maker, that he may even have a profession making idols. There's more information on that is kind of outside of the canon. Within the Jewish community, they have more details on that, but I think you might be muted, maybe. Oh yeah, I can't hear you. No, yeah, your audio is not coming through. All right, well, here I'm just gonna march on, and Just butt in when you're squared away. All right, so Eber. From Eber we get Terah, and from Terah we get Abraham. Now here's another one. Abraham and his family are said to be from Ur. Not just any Ur or Ur, it's Ur of the Chaldees. Ur of the Chaldees. Ur of the Chaldees. What does Chaldee mean? Not many people know, right? You know, the Chaldees are mentioned, the Chaldees are mentioned in the Old Testament. They are, you know, people talk about Pythagorean numerology. The other, you know, predominant form of numerology is Chaldean, right? So Chaldee, believe it or not, okay, this is not, you know, widely recognized. This is kind of a British Israelism thing. Chaldee is Kelty. And did you know that Ireland was once known as Ur? Ur. Yep. Ire, Ur, Urland, Ire, Ur. It's closer than people think, right? People can check that for themselves too. So Ur of the Chaldees, Chaldee and Kelty. That's the same word. Chaldee and Celtic. Kelty. Now, how else, you know, how can we support this, right? Not just off one word. Well, Abraham's father was named Terah. Did you know that Terah, also known as Taranis, is the principal god or thunder god of the Irish pantheon? Terah. If things are terrible, right? It's thundering bad, you know. You could also equate this to Tyre, maybe, the god of war, who's Mars. But it's either Terah, the god of thunder, or Tyre, the god of war, who, by the way, Tyre would also show up in the Levant as a Phoenician colony. Did you know that the Phoenician runes, or sorry, the Phoenician characters are nearly identical to Northern European runes? Some of the figures are exact. Now, what we know about Abraham is his father came from Ur of the Chaldees. I believe that's Ireland of the Celts. No, hang on. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, right? That's ridiculous. Well, guys, this brings us to kind of the second point. Is the God of Abraham a Middle Eastern creation? Is that a local Middle Eastern storm god? You know, no. What we're getting at here is an Indo-European culture. Ireland to India, that's Indo-European. Aryan, right? Iran is that word. Aryan is what links cultures all the way from Ireland to India. This is not made up. This is not, you know, this all got kind of shuffled up after World War II because some words are no words now. But the Irish do trace back to a similar ancestor as the Iranians, the Persians. And when you go over into India, the Aryan caste. Now, Abraham is where this gets juicy. By the way, I still can't hear you. Are we just rolling with it? All right. So from Terah, we get Abraham. Abraham's the son of Terah. And like I said, Terah may be identifiable with Taranis, sometimes known as Terah, thunder god. Okay. Well, Abraham is where Yahweh first reveals himself. Abraham is the first person to receive the definition or the name, explicit name of God. God defines himself to Abraham. He says, I am the I am. In Hebrew, that's Ahaya or Eheye. That's somewhat rearranged and consolidated into Yahweh. Ahaya is kind of almost like the verb form of Yahweh. Now I can hear you, by the way. Cool. So Yahweh, we're getting a bit of background noise though.
Here, I'm going to mute for.
Okay, cool. So Abraham, we're talking about Abraham now. Abraham did not originate, I don't believe, where most people think he did. Okay. Abraham is said to have bounced around between Canaan, Egypt, and, believe it or not, people say Turkey. Okay. Turkey. Now that could make sense if he's descended, from a line who landed in a boat around Mount Ararat. But when people place him only as far east as Turkey, it causes an issue. It causes an issue because then we have to explain a big connection between his names and some of the principal deities of Hinduism. That's right, I said Hinduism. So here, how much do you know about Hinduism? A little bit? Tiny bit?
Researching the link between Indo-European and their, Sanskrit and their effect in the region, to that extent, but nothing too deep.
Cool. So in Hinduism, we have Brahma, right? Brahma has a consort named Saraswati. Saraswati.
Sarah and Abraham. Yeah. Interesting.
It's pretty obvious, right?
It is pretty obvious.
Now, when Abraham lives in Turkey, that doesn't make much sense, right? If as far east as he ever went was Turkey, or maybe Babylon. But when people say Babylon back then, they really are confusing it because Babylon's like an amoeba. It's a name that's been picked up and repurposed a couple times. It's been a city, it's been an empire, it's been a country. It's like an amoeba that has gone as far west as the Levant, Israel almost, and it's gone as far east as Afghanistan.
Interesting.
Pretty much India, Hindustan, brushing up right against that. People forget how closely linked the Levant and India are. So, for example, people talk about Jesus going to India. Probably not. But what we do know is Thomas went to India. So if Thomas could make it to India on ship, on foot, on horseback, whatever, anyone could have made it to India.
For sure.
But let's focus on Abraham. In Hebrew religion, or the Old Testament, we have Abram and Sarai. Hang on, does it start off as Sarai or Sarah?
I'm not sure.
I forget, but it starts off as Abram and then goes to Abraham. God puts in that extra syllable as, kind of a sign of respect or a blessing. He adds to his name, right? He adds to his glory. He adds to his reputation. With Sarah, it goes from Sarah to Sarai, or it doesn't matter. But you see the clear parallel to Brahma and Saraswati. So Sarai to Sarah. Thank you. So Sarai to Sarah, Abram to Abraham. Did you know that they are sometimes they're sometimes remembered as siblings or half siblings or in the same cluster of offspring? Not many people know that. Not many people know that. Abraham and Sarai are considered by some to be half siblings. When you look at Brahma and Saraswati, you also see that sibling relationship. This is an astounding parallel. I mean, to say that Hinduism, which has been the largest religion on Earth at various times, it claims to be the oldest religion on planet Earth, and they have that much of a parallel with Hebrew religion. Now, what are we getting at here? Abraham means a couple things. When we look at it phonetically, Abra, that's the same root as abracadabra.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Abrir, to open or to begin. The first, the beginning, the start, the pioneer. This is what that abra root means. Ivri, and remember we were talking about Hebrew means the other side. Well, another possible etymology for Hebrew is aperu. Aperu is what the Egyptians probably called the Hebrews.
Interesting.
Aperu means runaway or renegade, or almost like vagabond, right? Like so going back to Abraham, we know that his father Terah moved the family, that they moved, and they show up in a new homeland. What if that homeland was Northern Europe, the Celtic countries, Ur, Ireland, or or a colony of the Celtic or Gaelic people? This people might, scoff or think that's ridiculous. Well, guys, when Paul is writing to the Galatians, those are Gaelic people.
Interesting.
Those are Gauls.
Yep.
When we see Gal and Galatian, that is the same root as Gaelic or Celtic. That's how close these cultures came into contact. And the farther you go back, the more confusing the distinction is. So Abraham, what I'm putting forth is that this is an Indo-European tradition. Abraham is either a descendant of Northern European people, or he symbolizes a pioneering expedition force that pushed far into Asia. Abraham means the beginning. Abra, April, right? The first month in the year, March and April. Mars is the god of war. April means to begin or to open the door. Abraham shares that phonetic root. Abraham. Would it be so much of a stretch to say Arian?
Oh, interesting.
Abraham, yeah. Arian. That sounds ridiculous.
It,
right?
it sounds. I don't think it. I get to some it would, but that's when you see how some words morph over time and in a short time. That's like nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting.
Now here's the kicker. Okay, let's go back to Brahma for a sec. Did you know that there was a group who came into India, who showed up in India thousands of years ago? They were known as they're remembered as by two names: the Aryans,
mm-hmm.
and then when they set up a caste system in India, that upper caste, which consisted of the Aryans, was termed the Brahma caste.
Mm.
So you have Brahma.
The Brahmas.
The Aryans is synonymous with Brahmans. Brahma. So Aryan and Brahma are synonymous over in India. Okay. And, I believe Brahman, Aryan also is loosely synonymous with Buddhist. I mean, you can, people say Buddhists are Aryans. Let me double check that.
A lot of people think that the Indo-European culture is landlocked to Europe, but it's mostly not Europe. In some sense, it's totally very much the entire Middle East and North Africa.
They pretty much ended up in Europe. I mean, people were finding out today that there were white people living in Europe who were then overswept by a white, maybe even lesser white group who had just done so much gallivanting in the Middle Asia, this Central Asia, that they come to a rest in Northern Europe, not the other way around,
Interesting.
But all right, here, moving on. We're going from Terah, Ur, Abraham. Well, what else about Abraham? Abraham and Arian, just to drill this point home, April, which shares that phonetic root, abra, apri, right? In astrology, we call that Aries. So April, Abra, and Aries are again associated within the zodiac. So almost everywhere we look,
and Mary,
Arian, Abra, and Arian are nearly synonymous.
Yeah. The lamb, Jesus is the word Mary, Marian. Does this have some relationship to it as well? Because it's weird. You talk about this stuff, and I'll watch your streams, and sometimes these words just pop up, and you're like, oh, they're everywhere. I do wonder if Mary Marian is some sort of play, because M is obviously a female connotation. If it's mother, the mother of the area, mother of the lamb. If April is still interesting.
Man, there's not too much I can say about that, but we know that Mary had a little lamb.
Okay. She did have a little lamb,
and
that's Mary, weird. Oh, interesting. I didn't even think about the.
Yeah, so Mary is like Mars, Mary, March, right?
Interesting.
And lamb is a ram. People forget lamb and ram are the same animal. Lamb is the child or the female who becomes a sheep. The men become a ram. The males become rams. So lamb and ram is the same thing. Lamb and ram. Now, well, let's press on here, okay? Abraham, we can loosely identify with Arian, and I'm not forcing that. People can go see the evidence for themselves. Abraham, Arian, that connection is substantiated in the Hindu and Buddhist culture. It's evident in the zodiac with Abra, April, and Aries. And then in the essence of the words, Aries are headstrong. They rush into things head first, right? Like a ram, right? So Aries, the ram, the Abrahamic or Aryan people are identified with the color red and iron ochre, okay? Aries rules iron. It's the same word. Iron, Aries. Okay. Now where is this leading? Back to Ireland.
Ireland,
the land of iron. Okay, the land of ire.
That's
and
right.
Where people are red in the face, pink in the face.
Yep.
Did you know that Adam, when Adam is created, his name means red?
Wow.
We could take this a step further and say that Europeans are the Adamic race. Not only are we going back to Hebrew, we're saying the very beginning, the Adamic race, Adam means red. To be admonished, to admire, and maybe blush a little bit. All these ADM words.
Yeah.
In any language, doesn't matter.
Adamant. Yeah.
Exactly. Those words trace back to the meaning red.
Admirable.
Red.
Interesting.
And this goes back to Adam. Later on, we see Edom. Esau, who's nicknamed Edom, Esau, is said to have been born covered in red hair. Jacob, David, was said to have a red, ruddy complexion. It's insinuated with Jacob as well. It's insinuated with a couple other characters. In the Song of Solomon, we see that the beauty standard is red hair and green eyes, jeweled eyes. And one party singing in the Song of Solomon, or around there, says, "I'm sorry I have dark complexion. I'm sorry that I have dark hair.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
I'm glad that you love me nonetheless." So
Yeah.
we do need to be upfront. There is dark hair and some tan skin, like me, tan, like a Floridian. We're not talking about Nubians or dark skin.
Right.
We're not talking about sub-Saharan. We're not talking we was any of that. We was Irish, if anything. Okay. The Irish was Hebrews. Okay. Now, all jokes aside, the Irish get red in the face. They are the ruddiest people in the world. The Scottish, the Irish, the Celtic descended people. We see this. So if we need, not just the etymology, look at the obvious facts. What is evident? Evidence should be that. Excuse me. Mossad is hitting me with the.
They're getting you. We're hitting.
So, evidence should be that which is evident. That's evidence. Evidence is not which you have to unearth in a 1,000-page study or this or that. No. Evidence is that which is evident. Now, what's evident is the Celtic people have the most red hair in the world. Scottish, Irish. Who has the second most red hair in the world?
Somewhere
the
in the Middle
Jews.
East. Oh, okay.
The Jews. Sephardic and Ashkenazi, especially Ashkenazi, but Sephardic, many
they do.
Many men have red beards, and we know it's a common trait in Judaism. It used to be a stereotypical trait. It used to be so much during witch trials that people would be accused and punished for being Jewish solely based off of red hair. The accusation that they had red hair, you must be Jewish. You must have Jewish lineage somewhere in your ancestry. Now, so we went from Abraham, and we touched on the redness a little bit, the ruddiness. But Ireland, we see ruddy people. We see the name sharing a root with iron, red, bloody, right? Now let's keep it moving. Before we get too far from the Sarah and Abram thing, Sarah and Abram, when we slap those together, what do we get? Cerebrum.
Oh, so, yeah.
The Sarah
cerebrum.
Abram. Sarah Abram. Shout out to Santos Bonacci on that. That's where I first heard that.
Interesting.
But the Sarah Abram is the cerebrum. The cerebrum, okay, is essentially the frontal lobe, the frontal cortex, the this part of the brain, not the third eye, although it's connected, and that's important. We're talking about what's in the forehead up here.
Yeah.
Up it, if you're driving a U-Haul truck, it's that cavity above the driver's seat, right? You're looking out the windshield, and you've got all the important stuff maybe up here in the front cavity. But what do we know about this? Without picking on non-white people or non-Christians too much, why was phrenology banned? Is there a chance that phrenology expressed and exposed evident truths about different races, different ways of life, and how they can be realized? How we can see someone's spirituality in the face, in the shape of the skull, and things like that, and vice versa. It's kind of like a feedback loop where having bad posture affects your mentality, but having a bad mood also affects your posture, right? It's it's like chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. You're kind of seeing the artificial nature of that with mawing and people trying to alter their face structure by
Right.
doing
Yeah.
things to portray something else. There's a really good YouTube channel called Prospera Insights, and he's kind of blowing up right now doing physiognomy analysis. And his name's Taylor Prospera Insights. Check him out. Really good channel on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Physiognomy, face reading, phrenology. I'm really big into this stuff. We have books.
Same.
We have a section on all of that here at the bookstore. And this is a banned science. I mean, this is stuff you're not allowed to touch in mainstream academia. But it expresses unavoidable truths, undeniable truths. What you see is what you get. The blessings made to Abraham were not only obvious in their kind of political fruition or geographic fruition, they're evident in the biological evolution of mankind. God chose a people to raise up the rest of mankind, to be leaders, to be a model, to be almost a test subject. It wasn't about supremacy or exclusivity, but he had to start somewhere. And he chose one group and blessed them so that they would raise up the rest of the world.
Modern day Israel.
Exactly. This is something that we also need to discuss. There were blessings made to Abraham. I don't want to get too much into the theology or the eschatology or kind of how we look for these things today. But there were blessings made to Abraham. There were promises made to Abraham. A covenant. Now, are we going to call God, the God of the Bible, a liar? For some people, that might not be that big of a deal. For me, that's a big deal. To look at the promises made to Abraham and to say that all of those were made true in the Jewish people, you are not reading the Bible. You're not understanding the Bible. This is a blind spot for most people. The blessings made to Abraham were not just about circumcision and finding a promised land or having a homeland eventually, which would have to be refound through Moses and the promised land. The promises made to Abraham are extraordinary, and people are not looking for them. We're going to, just loosely, roughly here, real quick. God tells Abraham and a couple of his descendants, your descendants are going to multiply all over the earth, all over the world. They're going to be so numerous, almost like grains of sand. Your descendants are going to be all over the place. And they will be dominant on the face of the earth. They'll be respected. Their enemies will crumble. This and that, okay? And then later on, the gates and ports of your enemies will fall into your possession, into your descendants' possession. They will have a grip on the trade routes, especially by sea, over their enemies. Is the God of the Bible a liar? Did any of that come true in the Jewish or Hebrew people or Israelite people? None of it came true. Unless we know how to define Hebrew and Israelite.
Right.
Okay. Now, Christians really need to make sense of this. The promises made to Abraham were never brought into fruition or enjoyed by the Jewish people or the Hebrews, Israelite. That's evident. Now, what group of people have been predominant on the earth? What group of people have seized and maintained the ports of their enemies, the gates of their enemies, right? I think what we're looking at here is Northern European people, specifically the English-speaking people of the world today. So instead of looking at Abraham as this big mess of nations that has no unification, no shared identity, right? Oh yeah, Abraham had these blessings, and then all these blessings just kind of get, flushed into the drain and mixed in with the sewage and just spread out all over the world, and you can't even really make sense of them. Is that what we think? No. Abraham's blessings came to fruition in the Northern European, Germanic, and English, Anglo-Saxon, and Celtic people, and some of the Scandinavians. What do we see? As far as maritime influence in the world, the Dutch, the English, the Americans, and also, if we really want to stretch this, we could include the Spanish, the Portuguese. Remember, before the spread of Islam, these are Celtic people, lots of red hair. Now,
Are you aware of the Egyptian hieroglyphs in Australia that tell a story of like a shipwreck there?
No, not at
It's
all.
interesting. No, because you don't think of the Egyptians as going around Africa and sailing, but there's a very good case to made that there was a shipwreck, an Egyptian shipwreck there, and it's very, very convincing.
Okay,
Check that out. But
that's cool. I
yeah.
used to, I used to see, before I made my YouTube channel, I used to watch videos about Australia here and there, and one that was really compelling was the evidence of camels in Australia before the white man got there.
Interesting.
Because today, I believe they have more camels than anyone else, or a ton of camels in Australia. And back then, that wasn't the case. People think it's almost like the horse in America. People, we assume the white man brought them, but there are other theories. There are theories about how the camel got to Australia. Maybe the whites only wanted to take credit for it. I don't know, but
there's even a lot of Egyptian linkage to Ireland as well. I mean, they have found straight up artifacts from Egypt there that's not even contested. So
yeah, Cumaroglyphics is kind of a science or an art or a hobby where you can actually convert Egyptian hieroglyphics into Welsh.
Yeah.
So kind of like how Irish and English has this deep ancient connection to the Israelites, the Welsh have this big connection to the Egyptians. Also, Micmac, ironic name for a Native American tribe. Micmac, right? Like Irish, Scottish, Welsh, Micmac. The Micmac tribe claims, according to their, tribal historians and wisdom keepers, they claim that they were visited by the Knights Templar, by Basque whalers, Portuguese whalers, by who else? The Vikings, of course. They remember a little
words in
and then
Indian languages.
The thing that they also say the Welsh came here. Now the Micmac language, it looks like Egyptian hieroglyphs. Micmac looks like Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Wow.
Like exactly. Now remember Mormon, in Mormon history, they say, oh, Joseph Smith was a crackpot. He believed that there was Egyptian writing in New York, in New England, right? Well, hang on. What if it was just Micmac writing? That makes a heck of a lot of sense. I mean, that's right down the road from where he was.
Yeah, so that does make a lot more sense. Interesting.
I'm not a Mormon at all, but that's a rabbit hole for another time. But you're right. The Egyptians got around for sure. The Welsh and Egyptians seem to have had a connection. People can go look up Ross Broadstock. He was a great researcher. He wrote a couple books. He collaborated with, I think his name was Alan Wilson. There were some Welsh guys. Ross Broadstock actually, RIP to him, he actually died live on YouTube during a live stream talking about this stuff. Just boom, heart attack.
How old was he?
Yeah, I don't know, 50 in his 50s maybe.
Well,
So
little young, but a based way to go if that's what he loved doing.
yeah. But people can go look that up. Qumroglyphics is spelled with a C and a Y.
Qumroglyphics. All right.
Qumroglyphics. And what we're getting at here is the Welsh are known as the Cymry. The Cymry. That's what they call themselves. That's
Oh yeah, yeah.
ancient name for the Welsh.
Interesting.
Have you ever heard of the Cimmerians? The Cimmerians in the Middle East?
Well, is interest is so the word chimera. I mean, an amalgamation of things.
Yeah.
So I went, yeah. How does that tie in?
Oh man, I don't know.
Or no,
But
what you were saying, the Cimmerians.
yeah, so the Cimmerians, this brings us kind of closer to the lost tribe thing. What we're getting at is, how did this all get so confused? If Northern European people are Israelites or Hebrews, how did they forget? How do we not know about it? Where did this psyop come from? How could we have ever forgotten something like that?
So this was the juicy part.
Yeah. We went to Abraham, Brahma, and I was talking about the Hinduism and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, real quick here. Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, Aristotle, he's not my favorite. Okay, I'm much more of a Plato guy. Aristotle's not so much, right? If you've ever seen Star Wars, Qui-Gon Jinn is Socrates.
Yep.
Obi-Wan Kenobi is Plato. Aristotle is Anakin Skywalker, the bad boy,
okay.
the rebel, the one who goes against the perfect system and creates all this corruption and chaos. And from Aristotle, we get essentially, I believe, materialism.
A Heilig, yeah.
Empiric, scientific reasoning, and through the senses is where life is really, perceived. And that's Aristotle. Now, Aristotle was resentful to Plato. People don't know this because Plato probably kicked him out of his academy.
Mm-hmm.
Plato was a vegetarian. Socrates was a vegetarian. Pythagoras, their whole tradition going back to Pythagoras was vegetarian. Aristotle was probably also vegetarian, it seems, when he was younger, and then renounced it because there was this dispute with Plato. So we see there's this divergence where he goes away from this righteous path and he creates something else that's a little more ugly, chaotic, and I think it's the birth of materialism and scientism.
It sounds exactly like the dichotomy between Jung and Freud. Very
a little
much
bit.
To a T. Like Sigmund Freud went through a weird where he went down a dark road, and
it's slightly inverted though. You're exactly right. So Plato was the direct mentor to Aristotle, but only for a time. And then Aristotle, kind of much like Jung, kind of made a career out of critiquing his own mentor. Not entirely, but that's largely their claim to fame.
Interesting.
Being the pupil of someone famous and then being able to criticize or critique them with insight, Now, what I like about Plato is that he had the true essence. He had the way. He's as close. People aren't going to like this. People aren't going to agree with this. He's as close to outlining what would become Christianity, Christian morals and Christian ethics.
Very much. Yeah.
Plato is a big part of Christianity. People complain about the Hellenization of Judaism leading up to Christianity. I love it. I think it's a saving grace.
Same. Yeah, I think it's a very important. I feel like that's going to be a blooming topic over the next few years about the Hellenistic side of Jesus and the Platonic aspects.
Yeah.
I think it's a big deal.
People trace the Trinity back to Jesus. People, different words that Jesus is associated with in Greek are often attributed to Plato. But going back to the Aristotle Anakin thing. Anakin was the bad boy, the rebel. He squandered his inheritance, right?
Mhm.
Went to the dark side. I believe that about Aristotle. But all right, we don't need to dog on Aristotle too much, but Luke Skywalker comes around and saves the day. Not many people know that Aristotle had a pupil. He had a couple famous pupils, but Theophrastus.
Hmm.
Theophrastus is that Luke Skywalker figure
Interesting.
who heard everything Aristotle had to say, learned from him, and then on his own terms kind of said, I kind of like what Plato had. I kind of agree a little bit more with Plato. And so you see this return or this redemption, this where the pupil of the renegade kind of finds his way back to the true way. So that is a direct ripoff. George Lucas was hodgepodging all his mythology.
It worked.
Vader, Veda, Yoda, Yehuda,
Yep.
Yoda. Yoda is a Yehuda yogi. He's the combination of Yehuda and yogi.
Yeah.
He's a yogi, but he's also Yehud. All right. Now, now I brought all that up because this one's funny. It's not funny. It's monumental. Aristotle. I probably went out on a little bit of a limb there, saying that Hebrew religion goes back to Hinduism, right? Well, guys, Aristotle apparently said the same thing. Aristotle, according to his pupil Clearchus of Soli, who had traveled as far as Afghanistan, okay? He'd been all around Eurasia. Clearchus, the pupil of Aristotle, says that Aristotle believed the Jews came from India.
Interesting.
And you know what I think about Aristotle now, but he's still one of the smartest guys, of his day. So what, are we just going to scoff at that and say he had no idea what he was talking about?
I went through an objective. So I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, and then I had a little objectivist Ayn Rand phase, right?
Okay.
So I had to go through the Aristotle Plato clash because she's Aristotle team, you know what I mean? A is A.
Yeah.
And you do see that it's a intellect without what Plato was offering tends to go to bad places. A purely materialistic reality.
Totally. Yes, materialism. That is the essence of Aristotle. Now, I like a lot of his stuff. He's got some great little nuggets in there, like his anthropology and his mysticism concerning like hair colors and different superstitions like that. I really appreciate. But as far as his own philosophy, his morals, ethics, his departure from Plato's system, I just don't like it. Never did anything for me. I see it as people use it as a justification, his ideals, for what we see with science being a religion today. Capital S science, this religion, I trace back to Aristotle. But all right, moving on. Aristotle, this is according to Josephus, so take it with a grain of salt. But this is, it's corroborated by some other traditions or people. This is the earliest account. Clearchus, according to Josephus, said, I'm going to quote. This is from Josephus talking about Clearchus. In his first book on sleep, he relates of Aristotle, his master, that he had a discourse with a Jew, and his own account was that what this Jew said merited admiration and showed philosophical erudition. To speak of the race first, the man was a Jew by birth and came from Celesyria, aka Palestine. These Jews are derived from the philosophers of India. In India, the philosophers call themselves Kalani. And in Syria, Jews, taking their name from the country they inhabit, which is Judea. The name of their capital is rather difficult to pronounce. They call it Jerusalem. Now this man, who had been the guest of many people, had come down from the highland to the seashore, Pergamus. He was a Greek not only in language but in soul, so much so that when we happened to be in Asia, in about the same places whither he came, he conversed with us and with other persons of learning in order to test our wisdom. And as he had intercourse, hang on, as he had intercourse with a large number of sages, he imparted to us more knowledge of his own. So it's a quote from Josephus about Clearchus, who claimed Aristotle believed the Jews came from India. Now, when we're saying Jews, again, we're talking about Hebrews. Because when we go back 2,500 years, 2,200 years, we're talking about Hebrews and Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
Jew as a distinct identity had not emerged yet. We covered that. We covered that at the very beginning. We're going to get to the distinction between Judea and Judahite in a sec.
The earliest evidence of anything to do with Judaism, so to speak, I believe is just like 400 BC at Elephantine Island. I think that's like the earliest.
Oh, in Egypt, Elephantine Island.
Yeah, Elephantine Island. A lot of
that's cool.
Of the what turned into sort of that middle era. Yeah.
Elephantine Island, apparently they have a picture. There's a picture of a Native American on one of the wall carvings.
Interesting.
Wall paintings. Yeah. It's unmistakable. A feathered headdress and everything. And it almost looks like an assembling of the Avengers. Like where they've got like a representative from each continent. Really, it looks like that.
That's crazy.
So let's talk about Moses real quick, because let's also talk about the distinction between Hebrew, Israelite, and Jew, because maybe we should have started off with that a little bit. Jesus was a Jew, but only by one of the definitions of a Jew. Okay, maybe two. By today's definitions, he was none. He was none of them.
Yeah.
He could not have been a Jew. We've already shown how anachronistic that is. But as far back as we go, we were talking about Shem. After Shem, Abraham is where we get the word Hebrew. After Abraham, that group is known as the Hebrews. From Abraham onward, his descendants, all Abraham's descendants, most of them are the Hebrews. Now, the Hebrews are not Jews, not at all, not even remotely. Okay, that is anachronistic. Hebrew, we're talking about 4,000 years ago. Okay, now when we come, only 2 generations down from Abraham, we get Isaac, which is the first circumcision. Abraham and Isaac and a couple of their, community members. Those are the first circumcisions. That is Hebrew culture. Circumcision is a Hebrew feature. The Jews would come to adopt that, and that's also a distinguishing practice of Judaism, but it's not exclusive to Judaism. That is all the Hebrews, no matter where they end up. Ideally, they should have been following circumcision up until the time of Jesus. Now, that's Hebrew, and we're talking 4,000 years ago. Abraham was not a Jew. Isaac was not a Jew. Jacob was not a Jew. Now, after Jacob, we get between 10 and 13 tribes of Israel. People say 12. That's the nice round number. That seems to be the ideal. The mean number of tribes is 12. And you see that's a nice harmony with the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 notes, the 12, all this. So I like 12. So if I
Yeah.
say 12, don't hang me.
Good motif.
If there's actually 13, sometimes there's actually 10. So there's 10 lost tribes, and there's 12, tribes, 12 tribes of Israel with an asterisk, okay, between 10 and 13. Ideally, there's 12. One of those tribes is Judah. One of the sons of Jacob is Judah. From the tribe of Judah are called the Judahites. Judahite. That is not Yehuda. That is Judahite and Yehuda are not synonymous. So people today will think Jews means Yehuda. That's partially true, but we need to get our timing sorted out. When you go back into history, you can't bring an incorrect term with you, right? So case in point, for example, Moses was not Jewish, not even remotely. He was a Levite. Moses was a Levite. That's a different tribe of Judaism. Okay? So if Moses is not Jewish, guys, Jesus can be not Jewish too, right? The modern Judaism would like you to believe that they have a monopoly on Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses. Why? Because there were all these blessings given to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. And, Joseph a little bit too.
We should talk about that word monopoly sometime.
Okay. I don't know much about it.
It's evident. It's just think about it. Think about the whole. We'll talk about it. Monopoly.
Okay. Cool.
Monopoly.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I never thought about that one.
And then look at the game, which is pretty much trying to take over everyone's shit.
Totally. Yeah. Now I hope people are paying attention here because we're really busting these myths. Busting the myths. These are myths. Now we're getting to the important distinction of the 12 tribes of Israel, Jew and Judahite. Jew is not synonymous with Judahite. Jew has its origin. The name Jew has its origin in the Judahite. Okay? But Yehuda and Judahite are not synonymous, and Jew and Judahite are not synonymous. So, the 12 tribes of Israel, the two that we should probably talk about the most, the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Levi. Moses is from the tribe of Levi. Most Jews today are not solely from the tribe of Judah. In fact, I would say very few of them actually have pure Judahite ancestry. But regardless, 12 tribes, one's Judah, one's Levi, right? Moses comes from the Levites, and he was not Jewish. Now, moving on, okay, skipping a little bit again, we're going to get to what are known as the captivities or the exiles of the Israelites. So from Jacob onward, we've crossed from Hebrew into Israelite. The Israelites have more promises made to them, additional to the promises made to Abraham. So Abraham gets blessed, Isaac gets blessed, and then his 12 sons, Jacob's 12 sons are blessed even further. None of these blessings, maybe only one of them, comes true in the Jewish people of today. Now, here's one of the big psyops, okay? I'm sure people love to talk about the Khazarian theory, the Khazarian conversion, right? A lot of people really overinflate that. That's really just a drop in the bucket of Judaism. But if you're interested in that theory, here's where the real psyop is. The real psyop is that the 12 tribes of Israel had many descendants, many, many, many. But the tribe of Judah had specific designations. The tribe of Judah was selected to be pretty much like, it's hard to say upper caste, but the royal stock of Israel would be plucked from the tribe of Judah. So this means kings, rulers, governors, sometimes judges. You know, the word judge, Judah, you see
Yep.
the judicial, right? The judicial nature of Judaism, the lawyering, the legalism of Judaism. You can see this with the word Judah, Judahite, judicial system, right? So mostly the kings would be selected from the tribe of Judah. Now here's the psyop. If it's almost like someone says, all right, we'll save the analogy for later, but the psyop is this: by claiming Judahite ancestry, you are then including yourself, whether it's true or not, into the royal stock of the tribes of Israel. So there probably are living descendants of all tribes in the Holy Land today. I really mean that. But 99% of Jews in the world today identify with the tribe of Judah alone. Why? Because the tribe of Judah gets the keys to the Holy Land, gets the keys to Israel. So by claiming Judahite ancestry, whether it's true or not, who's going to check? They're never going to do DNA tests in the Holy Land, okay, for this stuff. Because we hear Tucker Carlson joking or being semi-serious about taking DNA tests to find out who's Abrahamic.
Yeah.
That's
very scientific.
Easier said than done. But when we look at the Israelites, by saying, let's say we have a family of 12 people, okay? 12 descendants. And it's like saying there's this rich man who has 12 kids. And the rich man's name, let's say it's Yehuda, the rich man. His name's Yehuda or Yahweh or some rendition of that. Then of his 12 sons, he gives one of his sons a name very close to himself. Right, from Yehuda. Okay, one of my sons is going to be named Judah. Yehuda, Judah, close enough. Because Yehuda has the letters of Yahweh inside of it. So Judah was believed to have like a closer Kabbalistic closeness to God, and that's why he was the royal line. From Judah, this rich man, a millionaire with 12 sons. The 12 sons, the rich man dies, are now in a, sorry, I'm messing this up. There's a rich man, millionaire. He has 12 sons. Those 12 sons all have descendants. Those descendants all have descendants, and then that rich man dies, and now his inheritance is up for grabs. You know how many members of that family are going to change their name to Judah? To say, oh, well, dad named his favorite son Judah, and I carried on that tradition, and all my kids are named Judah. Or they may even claim, oh, my name's not Ryan or Daniel or this. My name's Judah. No, I'm Judah. So you have all of the surviving Israelites who know that they're Israelites scrambling to claim the Judahite ancestry, even if they have Reubenite or Benjamin or you name the other tribes. If they claim those, what do they get today? Nothing. There's no value in that identity. So to claim Judahite is to welcome yourself to the blessings, to invite yourself to the blessings promised to Judah. So it's a game of tricking the world, tricking God for an inheritance that is not entirely theirs. Now, I'm going to tell you straight up, the Jewish people of today do have Judahite ancestry, but they also have a lot of Levite, Benjaminite, Reubenite ancestry, right? Danite ancestry. But this brings us to the captivities and the exiles, and we're getting a bit of noise from your end again.
Sorry. Got that.
Thanks. So I'm still hearing like a, yeah, sorry. Sounded like a potato chip bag almost.
My
Like water.
wife's taking a shower, and you can
Oh,
totally
yeah,
hear
water.
it. So I'm gonna mute for a little.
Yeah, that's what it was. Sorry. So rabbinic Judaism, by the way, rabbinical Judaism, I know we kind of glossed over it. We didn't really cover that. We talked about the ethnic distinctions, the ethnic divisions. We talked about the four main branches of Judaism. We didn't talk about how they all kind of stem from rabbinic Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism, or rabbinical Judaism, emerges after the life of Jesus also. So I forgot to mention that early on. But rabbinical Judaism takes shape after the life of Jesus. It is a response and a reaction to the ministry of Jesus. It is a new attempt to interpret every single passage from the Old Testament in a way that ignores or points away from the coming of Jesus. The Old Testament, everything, every story, from Adam having his rib taken out to Abraham having a son potentially sacrificed, all of that points to Jesus coming later on, a prophecy, right? This mountain of gold building and building until we get to Jesus. That modern Judaism is a reaction to that. It is a coping with that. People say, "Oh, you're coping with the Jewishness of Jesus by coming up with all this stuff." No. Actually, modern day Judaism is coping with the veracity of Jesus, with the validity of Jesus, by coming up with their whole new system of interpreting the Old Testament in a way that skews everything anti-Christ, in a way that could never point to the obvious answer, which is Jesus coming. And also, whatever. We'll get to that later. But we're talking about the exiles, the captivities and the exiles. Okay. Israelite identity is reshuffled, largely altered by two big events leading up to the life of Jesus. We have first the Assyrian captivity, and later on the Babylonian captivity. Assyrian captivity and exile. Assyrian captivity is roughly 720 BC. And again, this kind of explains the Judahite thing, but the Assyrian exile of the northern kingdom of Israel took place between around 720 BC. And we're getting a lot of noise from your end again. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. This is where we get the lost tribes. And I've got to make this distinction too. We're kind of skipping over. We can't talk about every, character in the Bible tonight, but I'm skipping over David, Solomon, or, I'm skipping over some key figures here, right? Skipping over Moses a bit. But we need to get to this lost tribe thing because that's the biggest component of this discussion. But it's worth mentioning, with David, you had that ruddy complexion. David was said to have been a great harp player. Okay. Did you know that Judaism, the national emblem of Israelite the Israelite people at one time was the harp. The harp. That was the symbol of the Jewish people. It was all over money. It was on their coins. It was flags, the harp. And that harp did not look too different from the Irish harp. Now, which people on earth today are most associated with the harp? The Irish, the Celts, the Brits. If you really want to stretch this, look at the electric guitar, even as the modern harp. Eric Clapton, Jeff Beck, Jimmy Page. I mean, Hendrix was American, but these British guitar players, it's not even close. Okay, they unleashed the electric guitar onto the world. Now, where else are you going to hear that? The electric guitar used as evidence that the British people are Israelites, right? Nowhere else. Okay, you're at least getting something unique here. But okay, so King David being identified with the harp, the Israelite people being identified with the harp, that would remain true with the Irish. So, the flag, the national emblem of Ireland is the harp. So, Solomon, once we get to these times and a little bit later, we see the distinction, a division happening in the Holy Land. Okay, we see two entities taking form: a kingdom of Israel and the kingdom of Judah. Okay, Judea. Now, this is the second definition of Jew. So Judahite is the original definition of Jew, and that is the definition that Jesus fits. Jesus is descended from the Judahites. Nothing to do with Rabbinic Judaism, nothing to do with modern Judaism, nothing to do with Ashkenazi, Sephardic, Mizrahim, none of it. Okay? But we see this distinction occur, which largely explains the separation of the tribe of Judah from the rest of the Israelites. The tribe of Judah, in their royal, capacity, they are in charge. They're the governors, the rulers, princes, judges, too, in this land. Israel, Canaan, Palestine. But also, this division arises between the Israelites are not not a monolith. I mean, they even war with each other much of the time. They're fighting, right? They're loosely organized by religion, but even in the Bible, we see they fall into Canaanite tendencies, Baal worship, Astarte, you name all this stuff. That is, it's a ecosystem of ideas, loosely unified by Yahwism, or the belief in Yahweh, the belief in one supreme God. But there's also a lot of confusion, and they try things out, it doesn't work, they start from scratch, they reinterpret these things, and the Israelites, 10 to 13 tribes, are often warring with each other. Okay, and they're sometimes getting bought out and leveraged against each other by other empires. So you see the kingdom of Israel. You see the kingdom of Israel in the north, and the kingdom of Judea in the south. Kingdom of Judea in the south. Okay, that's a distinction there. Hang on, they believed, different things politically, of course, but also in religion. But again, the Judahites would be more commonly associated with Judea, and the other Israelites in Israel. But then we get to the captivities, the exiles. The Assyrian captivity around 720, what you see is most of the tribes except Judah are removed from their homeland, where where their families grew up, where they've been for generations. They're removed and they are exiled and dropped off or kicked away out in like almost Central Asia, the northern Middle East. These people disappear to the north and to the west. Where are these people going? And why were only the Judahites left behind? For the most part, there were some other ones, but the Judahites were left as proxies, governors. We're going to keep the charade that the Judahites are still in charge, but the ones that we've selected to preside over this, this conquered land, it's like when America goes into Iraq and, devastates the country. I mean, waffle stomps Iraq, and then you like that. The American army destroys Iraq, and then what happens? They'll pick an Iraqi president, or they'll facilitate the new election to help elect the new Iraqi president. But what is it? It's just a proxy. He's a ruler. He's a puppet. He's selected to keep up the appearance, keep up the charade, the illusion of a local leader, right? Like your whole way of life didn't change, right? Like pre-Iraq isn't different than post war with America, Iraq. That's a pretty big difference. So when you're looking at Canaan before this being conquered by the Assyrians or removed to Assyria, how can you compare it to the land after? It's like comparing pre-war Iraq to post-war Iraq. So something like that was happening in the Holy Land, where, yes, it's true, the Judahites were there, but, they were selected and they alone remained because it served the agenda of the Assyrians. Now, this is where we get the notion of lost tribes, because Judah remained, but the other tribes were removed. Those tribes, we don't hear from them ever again. Not in the Bible, we don't. Not in the way people think, okay? Jesus seems to have been aware of where and who these people were. When he says, I'm not here for the Sumerians or the Sarmatians or I'm not here for the dogs. Jesus has a little racist moment. He says, I'm not here for the dogs. It'd be worse for me to heal you than, to give a dog some good food or something like that. You don't waste a good meal on a dog, right? But he ends up healing the woman, so chill out, okay? So, but whatever. Essentially, he is saying, not only is he saying that there's a racial distinction in his time between him and his group and the people around him, but he's also saying, what was I just going to say? I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Sorry. He says, okay, sorry. Jesus says, I'm not here. I'm not called unto you. I'm not here for you. I am called to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Interesting.
The lost sheep of the house of Israel. Let me get the exact quote. Matthew 15:24. Let's read the chapter. A woman of Canaan. Sorry, Canaanite woman. I was confused. I got that wrong. A woman of Canaan. So a Canaanite woman came out of the same coasts. This is the woman. She says, "Oh, my daughter is grievously vexed with the devil." But Jesus decided, he wasn't helping her. And his disciples came and said, Jesus, can we get this lady out of here? You're not healing her. She's bothering, she's bothering us. Like, you're not healing her. Let's just get her out of here. Jesus looks back and he says, "It is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it to dogs." Okay.
Interesting.
And she said in return, "Truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from their master's table." Jesus answered, said unto her, "O woman, great is thy faith. Be it unto thee even as thou wilt." And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. So he heals the woman's daughter. Hang on. 15:24, he says, "But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel." So that's his priority. He will heal that woman, but his priority, his mission, is to find and bless the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Not of the house of Judah, not of the house of the whatever of Israel. The lost sheep of the house of Israel. These are the lost tribes that are somewhere out there. Somewhere, and Jesus knew these people, these lost tribes, will swallow and accept and embrace Christianity so eagerly. That's why they're his first priority. Okay.
Interesting.
That's his first priority. Not the Judahites, not the Jews, not the Judahites, not the Edomites. Okay. And that's another thing we need to get to. Edomites. This is the biggest smoking gun that people don't understand. But with the Assyrian captivity, you have 10 lost tribes never heard from again. The Jews today don't really like to talk about them because, remember, Abraham's blessings largely apply to the lost tribes too. And if they apply to this large group of people who number like the sand in the beach or the sand in the ocean, drops of water in the ocean, then where is the nice large cut, of where's the what percentage of the bounty do the Jews get? If the promises made to Abraham apply to all of his descendants, and especially the Israelites, the Judahites, the Jews who like to claim that they're Judahites, would not have any special, inheritance if that inheritance is shared with all these other Israelites. So they don't like to talk about the lost tribes. But let's talk about them. The lost tribes were sent out to the north and to the west. There, we don't hear from them ever again. But they do brush up against some people that we know a lot about in history. They brush up against these people. They may have even became these people, okay? The lost tribes of Israel were moved to the north and to the west. I'm going to go look at a map real quick. When we go to the north and to the west of Israel, we get to Turkey, you get to Central Asia, you get to Eastern Europe.
Yeah. Eastern
Europe. You go up the coast of the Levant into Turkey, and then boom, you're in Greece. You're in Europe. It's not that hard. Paul said he was going to walk to Spain. Paul said he wanted to walk to Spain. I mean, people did it all the time. Like, it happened. Not to mention if you had a boat. The Phoenicians had connected the Levant to Ireland thousands of years before Jesus was even born. 1,000 years, 2,000 maybe. So, and also, we should have made that. Every time I'm bringing up Ireland, some people think that might be ridiculous. Well, ever heard of the Phoenicians? The Phoenicians linked Israel to Britain. When we see Galilee, when we see Portugal, and then we look at Gaul, Northern Europe, Germany, France, and then where the Gaelic people, what's the word? Retrenched. The Gaelic people retrenched themselves into Ireland. That is where they've retreated to. That is the last tower in their castle that they've retreated to. Those are the Gaelic people. And what we see there is the Phoenician network, trade network from Israel, which was Galilee, Galatians over there too, not too far away. Galilee, Portugal, and then the Gaelic people up in Britain. The Phoenicians made that route all the time. Jesus' uncle, Joseph of Arimathea, is widely believed to have been a shipper who was either a Phoenician himself or, was in the trade. And remember, Phoenician was not necessarily, the name gets confused a lot. Phoenician originally was like an occupation, and that's it.
Right.
It meant you were a trader of fine goods. Your emphasis was more on trading than it was religious or military. These people, they had mercenaries. They were a fighting force. They did have a religion. But the truest meaning of Phoenician was a trader in fine goods. And even the word fine goods, like fine china, may even go all the way back to Phoenician. In Swedish, when you say someone's beautiful, you say fin or fine, fin, right? Now, I believe the Phoenicians of antiquity had their origin in Finland. Phoenician is supposed to be the most... Phoenician is the origin of phonetic language, the first phonetic alphabet. Finnish...
Even the word Finnish, yeah. Finnish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Finnish is the most phonetic language in the world today.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It's interesting. What's interesting is that even Sanskrit is based off of tongue placement sounds. So it's a phonetic system of which is interesting.
People say that Lithuanian and Sanskrit are extremely intelligible.
Very similar.
But so yeah, there's all that stuff. The Phoenicians linked the Levant to Ireland. That voyage was not as long or as hard as people think. It wasn't that unheard of. People did it all the time.
Yeah.
You could walk from some of Paul's followers did make it to Western Europe. So it happened. Now, these lost tribes they're pushed over towards Turkey, a little east of there too. Into Iran, farther north into Russia a little bit, over into Ukraine, the Bulgaria, Romania. These people would come to be known as the Scythians, with a C in there, like a scythe, right? Scythians. Also, another group who would emerge in this area a little bit are the Cimmerians. Okay. The Cimmerians, Eastern Iranic. So we're going from Iran to Ukraine. There was one group of people, not one, but a group who spread, from Iran over to Turkey up to almost Russia. These were Cimmerians. These people would come to be known as Cimmerians. Their origins are murky. The Scythians, same thing. Scythians, Cimmerians, this group who also is like an amoeba, they swell up, they connect different territories, but they're not remembered as how large as they once were. The Cimmerians and the Scythians have so much in common with the Hebrews. It's astounding. In fact, this is another thing. Okay, this one's wacky too. You know, the tribes of Israel used to smoke weed. Did you know that? Yeah. So this is true. The Lord's holy incense was. See, this is where I either make it or break it, either gain credibility or lose all credibility. But basically, the Israelites did smoke weed, believe it or not. You can go search this for yourself. Look up marijuana, resin, cannabis residue, Israelite sites.
Interesting.
Go look it up. It's not just archaeology we're looking at, because the archaeology supports it 100%. In the Bible, in the Greek Bible, or before Greek, some Greek translations, in the Greek translations of the Bible, we see a switch from the word cannabism to calamus.
Interesting.
Cannabism, calamus. Calamus, cannabis, a little close, not really. But cannabism, that's cannabis. That's cannabis. I mean, it can't really be denied. Cannabism is a core ingredient to the Lord's holy incense and the Lord's holy anointing oil.
Interesting.
Frankincense and myrrh, everyone knows those. But then you've got cinnamon, which increases the effects of any psychoactive compound it's taken with. Cinnamon increases the effects of drugs that you take it with. So if you're on a drug and you take cinnamon, you will feel that drug a little bit more. If you're high and you take some cinnamon, your toes are going to be high too. Okay.
Interesting.
It has to do with the circulation. It brings any drug you're on, it brings it to every corner of your body. This is the sweet cane mentioned in the Bible also, by the way. Yeah. Good comment here. Sweet cane, the cane of Anubis.
Yeah, cannabis. Yeah.
Cain, Nubis, the black dog of the underworld.
Yeah, even the land of Chem.
Yeah.
You have Chem and are you familiar with Jeffrey Drum at all? The land of Chem.
No, not too much.
It's a good channel to check out about the pyramids functioning as chemical processing plants to make ammonias, and it's really pretty fascinating. But
that's cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, people don't know this about the Hebrews. That they
found cannabis out of the Tarim Basin mummies, I believe. Those red-haired mummies they found in the desert, like Mongolia region.
Yeah, I don't know too much about that. Florida's my focus. I'm not, anything outside of Florida.
Everywhere's a rabbit hole. I mean, you got pyramids in China that they cover up with fake trees. It's like, we have a lot of work to do to figure out what's going on.
Well, the Lord's holy incense, the Lord's holy anointing oil, two types of, frankincense, myrrh, one type of cinnamon. Some people say two types of cinnamon. Olive oil is the base, or like the medium, mm-hmm. the vehicle for all these oil. Yeah, all these ingredients. Mm-hmm. And it's a ton of wheat, by the way. I mean, you can literally look at the measurements, how many bushels or shekels of weight they're using. It's a ton of wheat. I mean, we're talking like it's a ton of wheat and olive oil and cinnamon and frankincense and myrrh. And I've used this mixture, if you can't tell, and it's great. It's sweet. It's nice.
I'll try it. Interesting.
Yeah, you try it sometime.
I will.
Make sure you get smoking grade
herbs.
Yeah, if you're gonna do anything or whatever. But all right, so weed is in there. Well, the Israelites are not ever remembered as a smoking culture. Why? Because they never held pipes up to their lips. They didn't like that. They thought that was indecent. They thought it was dirty, yucky. Mm-hmm. I mean, you've seen people smoking, coughing. It's not, I love to smoke weed. I smoke weed all day, if you can't tell. But it's not like it's not godly or it's
Yeah.
yeah, I'm seeing God so hard right now. It's not as graceful as what the Israelites would do. So we don't remember the Israelites as a smoking culture because they never smoked. They never held it up to their lips. But boy, were they high.
They get the brazzers.
Exactly.
Okay.
So real quick, what's the tabernacle?
It's
a tent.
It's a tent to get high in.
It's a tent within a tent.
Mm.
It's a tent within a tent within a tent at sometimes. It's a tiny little tent that's literally as big as a bathtub. Okay. At some
Interesting.
in various renditions of the temple complex. Sometimes it's Temple of Solomon's temple, sometimes it's a bunch of tents in the desert. But the inner sanctum, the innermost holy space of Judaism. Sorry, not Judaism. I just messed up there. The innermost sanctum, the holiest space in all of Israelite religion, was a tiny little tent that sometimes could only fit 3 people inside. Okay? And there was a brass burner on the floor with hot coals that was always going. Right?
Nice hot box it.
And they're dropping loads of incense on this thing in a tent. Now the burning bush is a little too easy. That might have been like acacia or DMT or something. I don't know. But now that burning bush and that voice that Moses is so desperate to talk to, that makes a little bit more sense. And I'm not reducing the God of Abraham to a marijuana high, but I am saying that when you're high on marijuana, you may have more insight into the nature of God.
Absolutely.
It's not enlightenment. Smoking weed doesn't send you straight to heaven. I can promise you that.
It's kind of like a flow state.
But it helps. It helps you. Some of the issue with weed smokers is they can't focus on anything other than God. In India, they have a whole class, a whole occupation, or like type of person, the sadhus, who smoke weed all day. And it's legal to be homeless in India if you're a sadhu. It's legal to smoke weed in India if you're a sadhu.
Interesting.
It's legal to beg and all this stuff if you're a sadhu. For the average citizen, they're encouraged not to beg, encouraged not to be homeless, and it's illegal to smoke weed in most of India, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't been there, sorry, but
interesting.
I've been to the dump and close enough, so but I've smoked weed in a pile of trash, so I've practically been. Yeah. But all right, before we get too off base here, basically bringing this back to the Scythians, the Hebrews wouldn't hold a smoking device up to their lips. The Scythians also are not necessarily remembered as like a huge weed smoking culture, but we know for a fact that they threw cannabis onto a brass burner. And they inhaled it in a group, in a party, and they'd have religious visions. And the Greeks talked about this. They used to call weed Scythian fire.
Interesting.
Scythian fire is what they used to call weed.
It's a good name.
So
I've never seen Scythian fire at the dispensary.
So we can put weed to the side right now. We're not gonna hinge or rest any of this stuff on the weed thing.
It's a good detour.
But the Hebrews used cannabism, and the Scythians used cannabis. Now, remember those Aryans, the Abrahamic people back in India? Well, remember Terah, who we were talking about for a sec? Taranis, the father of Abraham was Terah.
Yeah.
Well, Taranis and other versions of him who pop up in the Indo-European sphere, he's also known as the wheel god, associated with the spoked wheel.
The chariots.
This figurative, like symbolic wheel, but also exactly chariot culture. So when the Aryans show up in India, we see them showing up with horses and chariots and wheels. And when they show up in Egypt, the Aperu, they are charioteers.
Yep.
When the Hebrews are then used in other people's armies, either as mercenaries or compelled to fight, they typically served as charioteers and sling users, right? That's pretty interesting. What are the Scythians known for? Horsemanship,
Yep.
chariots, this run and gun style of warfare that the Hebrews seem to have been really good at. The Scythians and then the Cimmerians emerge in the same area that the Israelites disappeared.
Interesting.
The Ukrainians to this day say we are the Scythians. They love that history. They say we're the Scythians. You know, we're the Europeans that have the closest link to the Holy Land, to the Bible. You know, Orthodox Christianity, it's not as foreign as people think. There's this nice kind of affinity between Eastern Europe, and we're getting into Western Europe a little bit, and believe it or not, the Holy Land. And this people that link those two areas. And I bring up Ukraine because today, much of the Jewish population of Israel is from Ukraine and Poland.
Right.
But all right, that's another topic. Essentially, the Scythians and Cimmerians, not only did they kind of emerge under mysterious circumstances, they kind of disappear in mysterious circumstances. Now, the Scythians, real quick. Did you know that the Scottish trace their ancestors back to the Scythians?
Yep.
The Scythians were also known by the name Scotti and Scuti. The Scots come from the Scythians. It's pretty much case closed. Cimmerians became the Welsh. The Welsh today call themselves the Cymry.
That's right. You said it. Yep.
The Cimmerians. So you have the Scottish, Scotti, the Cimmerians, the Welsh, the Cymry. Now, what about the English? Anglo-Saxon, right? These people crossed the English Channel, crossed, Scandinavian waters, some of them, into Scandinavia. Sorry. I got confused. I'm looking at a map of Europe right now.
Are you Irish?
I am Irish, yeah.
Okay. I'm Scottish.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Scotch-Irish. Like, yeah, they were Irish who probably came from Scotland.
I'm Scott Anglo, I guess.
Now, Anglo means angel. The Anglo comes from the Angles. Did you know who the closest related people to the Angles were before they came to the United Kingdom? Modern United Kingdom? The Jutes. The Jutes. Jute, sometimes Jude. The Jutes. So the Jutes and the Angles. Okay.
The region are the Jutes out of?
Almost in the Netherlands, Belgium.
Okay.
Around, kind of maybe more towards Denmark too. But
there's a lot of that Juten, that sort of
yeah.
It's a common word.
And when we say Dutch, believe this or not, when we say Dutch or Teutonic,
yeah,
that's actually
okay.
Judonic. Chut, that little root there does trace back to Jute, Teutonic. Yeah. So okay. Now we're talking about the Assyrian exile. These people are removed, and then their descendants, they're never heard from again. They drift off into Eastern Europe, Central Asia. And I believe they then reform, the Scythians become the Scots,
Hmm.
the Cimmerians become the Cymri, the Jews, the tribes of Judah who were with the exiled people probably became the Jutes. Somewhere along the line, Angel and Angle kind of got mixed up. Or one comes from the other, basically. And then also, it goes without saying, you see Dan all over the place. Denmark. I mean, the Danes, the Danites, the Danube, all these Dans all over Europe, probably from the tribe of Dan, the Danites, who also
Samson come from the tribe of Dan. Samson.
they also have a strong association with water and seacraft, the tribe of Dan. I believe there's one story about a battle where the tribe of Dan didn't show up because they were still stuck on their boats, and so people thought that the nature of the Vikings and the maritime power of Northern Europe was owed to the Danite heritage, that the Danites had made their way into Northern Europe and were the progenitors of all these maritime people. But so you see Danite, you see all these different potential tribes of Israel trickling into Europe. And by the way, if modern Judaism can say that the Ashkenazi ended up in Germany but started in the Holy Land, why the hell can't that be true for the Irish and the Scottish and all these people? So yeah. Now moving on, we get another exile. And okay, by the way, those people were exiled from Israel and the kingdom of Judea, but the blessings made to the sons of Jacob and the blessings made to Abraham are still true for these people. They still share in this. So
who's exiling them, so to speak? It's the
Assyrians. Yeah, it's called the Assyrian exile. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, I guess, would be the specific, entity responsible for this. But guys, also, this one's a little out there, but Assyrian, what does Assyrian mean? Okay, these were very bearded people who brought them north. Is it possible that we see the word Osir in the Assyrians? The Osir?
Yeah.
And when we look, Osir, by the way, is a component of the Norse pantheon, or the Germanic Norse. The Osir is like the highest caste, or the highest level of the gods.
The Assyrians.
There's the Vanir, and then there's the Osir. The Osir are at the top. The Asir. As above, so below. Asgard.
Yeah.
The word ass used to be the most sacred word to Northern Europeans. The church kind of made it a not so good word, right?
That's funny. That's very interesting.
Hell and ass. Yeah. Ass is the North Pole. It's the most sacred place in Northern Europe. It's where the sun doesn't shine. Your ass. It's Northern Pole, funny. Where you see the sun doesn't shine much of the year. It's the holiest of the holies. As above, so below. Astrology. All these as words sound silly.
It's really interesting. Yeah, that's escaped me.
Yeah, so people say Asher, right? People are saying, oh, Asher is where we get Assyrians. Well, hang on. We also had Asura in India. But okay, let's not get too caught up in the ass thing. But the Assyrians seem to share a name or a phonetic root with the Osir. Okay, there's this group of gods from Northern Europe. How could that be? Well, there's some other links between the Norse and Semitic culture. In Genesis, we hear about the Nephilim, the Nephilim. Well, have you ever seen the Norse world tree, their cosmology, their model of the
Yep.
universe?
Very Kabbalah.
They have the Yggdrasil at the center of the world. Number one, it just makes me laugh. How people are like, "Oh, you worship a Middle Eastern god and a Middle Eastern religion, you donkey worshippers, you know."
I fight
Me-
against those people. I'm with you. I don't like it.
Meanwhile, the Northern Europeans also have their tree of life at the center of the universe, the center of the garden.
Yep.
The Garden of Eden, or is this the Garden of Odin? The Garden of Udin. Is this Asgard, Midgard, as above, so below? You know, garden here, garden there. These different dimensions on this tree, and the tree's at the center. Well, what's at the bottom of the tree? Niflheim. Niflheim. It's almost exactly Nephilim. Niflheim in the Norse, it's the land of the ice giants. Giants. Niflheim.
Yeah.
Bible. Nephilim and giants. Niflheim. And I believe Niflheim might even be the name of a giant. Niflheim. Frost giants. It's the birthplace of the frost giants. Bruh.
Wild.
You can't just
pretty
ignore that.
straightforward.
You can't
Yeah.
just say that's a random coincidence. I mean, Assyrian, Osir, Niflheim, Nephilim, tree in the middle of everything with a serpent on it or a dragon, same thing. Yggdrasil. What is Yggdrasil? Lizard egg spelt backwards. Yggdrasil is literally lizard egg spelt backwards with an S.
It is.
Yggdrasil.
Interesting.
Lizard. Drasil, Lizard. So who came up with this serpent on the tree in the middle of everything? Asgard, Midgard, garden.
Interesting.
You know, I mean, it's something, whatever. So we're not saying this, proves we're not saying they're synonymous. We're not saying, oh, clearly the Northern Europeans are, but these are undeniable connections. You can't just ignore them and, gloss over them. So moving on. There's another exile. It's not as important. It's not as relevant or not as crucial to kind of the distinctions we're making. But man, by the time we get to Jesus's day, if these people are the lost sheep of the house of Israel, man, was Jesus telling the truth. These people embraced Christianity more than anyone else in the Middle East, okay, for the most part. And then they fulfilled the blessings, the covenant, the promises, prophecies laid out before Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and his sons. And those blessings were that Abraham's descendants would bless every person on earth. Every corner of the world would be blessed by Abraham or Jacob's descendants. That was never made true in the Jewish people. That was made true in the English-speaking people today. And if we want to be nice, we can include the other Northern and Western European people, like the Scandinavians, the Germans, even the Spanish people, but really the Irish, the English, Scottish, the Welsh, the British, the Northern European, the people of the Isles, right? Now also, we're getting closer to Jesus's day. This is the big one. This is the easy one that people just... Who's ever heard of Herodian Jews?
Yeah.
who are the Jews that Jesus is debating with? Who are these people he's admonishing? Who are these people he's schooling? You know. But yeah. So by the time we get to Jesus's day, there's another distinction. There's another kind of confusion that happens. I forget the timeline on this, but a couple generations before Jesus's time, the Roman Empire places, selects the family of Herod to be their proxy rulers.
I was just going to ask you if the what's the pronunciation? Herodian Jew.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was Herodian.
Herod.
Yeah. Now these are people who meet some definitions of Jewish, but they are not Judahites by lineage. They could never have been. They are not. These are false Judahites. They are Judeans, the political term. If you lived in Judea, you could have been called a Jew, whether you were Jewish or not, whether you were a Hebrew or Israelite,
Right.
or if you've never heard of this stuff, if you're living in Judea, you get labeled a Jew. So that political term, King of the Jews, it either applied to the kingdom of Judea or the tribe of Judahite, the Judahite tribe. It did not mean Jews today. It did not mean rabbinical Judaism, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, none of that. Now, by the time we get to Jesus's day, the Jewish establishment in Jerusalem were not ethnic Jews. Not for very long, at least. They were Herodian Jews in power in Canaan, Palestine, the Roman colony, province. Now, they call him a client king, a proxy ruler, you could maybe say. He was a Roman Jewish leader who was essentially selected, or he was permitted by the Romans to rule over Judea so long that he served the Romans, served their agenda. Their wish was his command. So Herod and his descendants, who, it's a little confusing because there's a lot of Herods. Herod and what's this guy's name? Who's this fucking loser? Catholicism is cool. Don't listen to this guy. Listen to David Reich or David Anthony J.P. Mallory instead. Why are you spamming that?
Oh, he is spamming that.
All right, banned and deleted. Get out of here. Assad bot. Pope Pounder. Catholics. Man. All right. The Herodian Jews were in control of Israel in that day. The Herodians. Herod was not ethnically Jewish, not from the tribe of Judah. Okay. They were Edomites. The Herodian Jews were Edomites.
Interesting.
Edom. They were not ethnic Jews. They were not ethnic Israelites. They're Edomites. Okay? The Herodians and their followers and the people who lived in their territories, many of them mass converted to Judaism to go along with the ruse that their rulers were true Jews. It was almost like the Khazarian thing. The Herodians convert to Judaism, and then they're allowed to rule over the Roman Palestine. And the Romans tax the shit out of Jerusalem, and they use it as like a piggy bank because the temple sacrificial system makes so much money in real gold and silver. Okay? Real gold and silver. Tons and tons of gold and silver coming out of the temple at Jerusalem, being operated by the Herodian Jews. Now, also,
The casino.
yeah.
I listened last night. It was a good stream. Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, pretty much. We also aren't really talking about First Temple versus Second Temple.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a whole nother conversation. But Second Temple Judaism in Jerusalem was not the doing of the Judahites. The Judahites didn't get together and say, yeah, man, let's do this. We're going to revive that pure, authentic Hebrew religion. No, it was the Herodian Jews. Herod built the temple at Jerusalem. Herod built it. He made it the most extravagant building known to man in that time. Okay?
Interesting.
Marble, curtains, jewels, rubies, pearls. It was extravagant beyond belief. This is why when Jesus walked into the place, he had no regard for it whatsoever. No reverence. No, it was a monstrosity. What did he say? When I'm done, when the whole jig is up, there won't be a single stone standing here. That's what he thought of that temple. Herod's nice little, like Mar-a-Lago almost. I love Trump.
It does have a, it's complicated.
I love Trump. I'm a Trump tard, by the way. Full-blown Trump tard. Like Trump for life. So
I have his family crest, an architect who worked with them back on one of his properties, maybe like, I don't know, 40 years ago. I have his hand-drawn sketch of his emblem that he designed for one of his houses.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I'd love to hear one day I'll have to hear more about your views on how he fits into the current geopolitics.
Dude, British Israelism is the only way to understand modern politics, geopolitics, what's going on.
I've never even heard that term, British Israelism. So it sounds like another Dr. Longo rabbit hole.
Celtic Israelism, British Israelism, Anglo-Israelism. These are real things. They have Wikipedia pages you guys can look up.
Interesting.
But who got the Holy Land for the Jews? Who went and got it for them? Who went and pried it from the fingers of the Ottoman Empire? From the Ishmaelites, Who did it? World War I. The British.
Yep.
Exactly. The British went and served it on a plate to a few bankers claiming to be Judahites. This is no disrespect to Jewish people or anything, but we need to call a spade a spade. I mean, like the Balfour Declaration was addressed to the Rothschild family. Anglo-Israelism served this agenda for a long time. Then once it was no longer needed, it was discarded and totally just flushed down the drain. Did you know? And I should have made a list of notable figures who, support British Israelism, because I don't want that to be the focus. It's not about saying, oh yeah, the British are the chosen people. No, we know that through the parable of the vineyard keeper or the landowner, geography is not what matters. Bloodline is not what matters. The whole thing about the chosen people is God chose a people to raise up and bless so that he could show the other people on earth how to live, what he could also do for them. But one had to come first. One had to be chief among others, right? There has to be a leader, a pioneer among, the crowd. And that science experiment, that first attempt was a bloodline, a chosen bloodline. That chosen bloodline, it's not fair. It's exclusive. It's not fair at all. It's the opposite of fair. You're chosen, you're in, you're lucky, or you're not. But that wasn't the permanent solution or the permanent vision. That wasn't the master plan. It was just the first phase. To raise up a people and to compel them towards better behavior, right living, a proper spirituality. But once that was achieved, we see the parameters changed and the rules of the game changed. It's no longer a bloodline. Then we see the notion of the promised land. Instead of it being a matter of exclusivity instead of it being exclusive based on bloodline and inheritance, it becomes a geographical distinction. If you make it into the Holy Land, you are blessed. You are chosen. You are saved. That was the parameters for salvation back then.
If you make it there, yeah.
It was like, you're in the bloodline. Oh, well, now that's not what it's all about. Now we have to get to the Holy Land. So the bloodline thing served its function, and then it was replaced. It was upgraded. It was, because how fair, I'm not a like social rights, civil rights guy or anything, but how fair is it to have one family, one tribe that's chosen above all others? Maybe there was biological things that set them apart from everyone else. And, like I said, the cerebrum, the cerebrum, this brain function, that the Israelites may have had a increased brain capacity, especially in the cerebrum. This kind of brings us to circumcision a little bit, okay? The Irish and Celtic people have the largest frontal lobe size of any people on Earth. The Celts are big-headed, large-headed. You ever see John C. Reilly, Brendan Gleeson, Matt Damon? I mean, these people aren't geniuses, but they're Celtic. And what you see is the forehead, the sheer rock wall, 90-degree angle on the forehead. What you see there is full capacity. That thing is filled up. This is the Sarah and Abram in the forehead. This is why phrenology was banned, because you could literally tell who's actually an Israelite based off their skull shape. Okay? And it's mainly from here. The Irish, and remember I said Aries is all about the forehead, the ram.
Yep.
Forehead, their cerebrum, ramming into things head first.
Interesting. Yeah.
That forehead, this is also, when you're anointed, you're usually anointed first on the forehead. That forehead is the family jewels of the Israelite people. That's what sets us apart. So if there is a biological distinction, it's the large frontal lobe here.
Interesting.
Okay. You look at the Celtic people. I like my Norse Scandinavian people, but they have skinny heads. Skinny heads, and the forehead's more tall than it is broad. What we're talking about is that broad forehead that John C. Reilly, if you know him, the guy from Step Brothers, it's when your brain is so big, it forces you to look ugly because your brain is so big. Okay. This is true. So you'll see this Celtic type. It's most common in the Celts. You do see it in some Scandinavians, like Magnus Carlsen, the chess player. He has that brain shape too, where it's like the face has to accommodate.
Yep.
The face is taking a second chair, a second seat, a passenger seat. The beauty's not being prioritized. The brain capacity is being prioritized. We see that in the English, Irish, Celtic. I mean, this is why all the playwrights, the poets, the musicians, in Germany too, like all these great musicians, thinkers. I mean, so much of this is only accessible through this front
brain
part
region.
of the brain. So again, if we're going to be exclusionist and say there's racial distinctions and there's one reason the Abrahamic people were chosen and special, the Hebrews, I point to that. But God didn't want that to just be the one, you know, that's not the holy grail of being a human. It's just having a big brain. The goal was to change this from a bloodline blessing to a geographic blessing, because geography is a little bit more up for grabs. It's fair play. You know, you don't have to be born, you know, to be lucky. You have to kind of, it's a matter more of pursuit and fighting to get there. You know, you have to push and fight to get there. That's the new parameters. That's the new goal, the new game plan. From bloodline to geography. When Jesus comes and when he gives the parable of the vineyard keeper, the owner, the landowner who hires people to watch his land and to collect his harvest for him, he then, this parable, the landowner hires these people to work on his land. He says, all right, I'll see you guys later. He leaves. Rich, you know, busy landowner. He can't be at every piece of land he owns, so he only checks in. He says, all right, I'll see you guys after the harvest. You get to stay here for free. It's amazing. Great place. You guys didn't have anything going on before. All you have to do is get that harvest ready for me when it comes. All right, see you later. Landowner leaves. He sends he sends a messenger back to the plot to check on them. And so much time has gone by that they have almost forgotten about the landowner, because they get to live on this land for free. It's like you get a housekeeper to live in your mansion, and then you leave for a whole year. And
They make it themselves.
Yeah, the guy forgets that you're even coming back. You know, it's like you get so used to that nice real estate. You're like, oh, you know, it's maybe he's never coming back. I hope he never comes back. Yeah. That's what's going on. And man, what was I just talking about?
I wonder if the you know, one of the defining traits of Indo-Europeans is we like to move a lot. We like to journey. We like to go places. We like to move. You know, even the idea of a promised land is you know what I'm saying? Teleology, right? It's you're being pulled towards something. And I wonder if it is like rooted in some sort of biological disposition to move, to seek.
Well, that's a good point. You know, the Jews of today are largely defined by their use of the yarmulke, whatever you want to call it. The yarmulke does not go on the forehead. Okay, it goes on the back of the head. You know what we call this part of the head? The crown. The crown takes its name from corona, Kronos. This is Saturn, the Greek name of Saturn. And the Romans called him Saturn, the Greeks called him Kronos. Corona is the crown chakra. We're talking about the forehead. When we're talking about the forehead, we're talking about the frontal lobe. We're also talking about the pineal gland a little bit, the third eye. That's not the whole point, right? But the pineal gland is best expressed and understood through, I think, a engaged and healthy sized frontal lobe. Without logical, critical thinking, those pineal gland visions can just be schizophrenia and delusion and, you know, idol worship. I believe Yahwehism is really a way of proper thought and thinking, and that's why you see Plato and, you know, the philosophy getting welcomed into Judaism right before Christianity pops up.
I got your boy right here.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Look at that forehead.
Yeah, well, you know, the people who have a lack of forehead, the people who have a deficiency of frontal lobe, they're not the people you want to be listening to or following, or, you know, these are not the these people are no wellspring of philosophy and music and all this stuff. Basically, moving on. We're talking about the Herodians. We're talking about what else? Basically, Jesus comes around, and we need to make another distinction. Not only were there Herodian Jews dominating, the politics and economy of Israel back then, you also had a sect distinction. So Jesus is clearly arguing against Pharisees and Sadducees throughout most of his ministry. That's most of the good quotes we get from Jesus are because some dumb Pharisee, pissed him off, and he had to give him a legendary one-liner. The Pharisees, people always get confused about the Khazarian, Sephardic, Ashkenazi. Here's something simple, something easy, a rule of thumb almost. Okay. You don't need to worry about who the Jews of today are genetically. It doesn't really matter. What we do need to recognize is they are the direct spiritual descendants of the Pharisees that Jesus was debating against, arguing against. So regardless of where their ancestors come from, they are the direct evolution of the Pharisees who Jesus was debating fiercely. The Sadducees, we were told went extinct, but the Pharisees remain right up until today. So regardless of any genetic bottlenecks or new admixture, new conversions, regardless of that, we're seeing the direct spiritual successors of Jesus's arch nemesis. Okay. Jesus was not one of those. So that's another obvious distinction. Jesus was not a Pharisee. He was not a Sadducee. Okay. The Jews of today would love for you to believe, they are desperate to prove to people today that Jesus was a Pharisee, because they know they can't prove Jesus was Jewish by their definition. So they need him to be a Pharisee, because that doesn't really matter, his genetics or his, whatever, ethnicity. It doesn't matter. Him being a Pharisee matters a lot, because if Jesus was a Pharisee, they can use our love of Jesus against us and say, well, you would never treat Jesus like that. How could you treat a Pharisee like that?
Zionism.
Jesus was a Pharisee. Jesus was a Jew. So now, Jesus was not fully an Essene. He was not a card-carrying Essene, as some of my friends say. But Jesus emerged from a obviously more Essene-leaning sect of Judaism. Now, sects of Judaism back then, believe it or not, actually did sometimes hold racial distinctions, or it implied racial distinctions. For example, the Essenes were, pretty widely recognized as being much, much taller than not only the Canaanites that they lived amongst, but also their fellow Israelites. 6 inches, maybe even a foot taller, some people say. They were taller than the average, right? Now, that's kind of like saying, this is what confuses people. It's almost like saying, in Florida, the people are really short. Well, not exactly. Where are you? Are you in Miami?
Compared to what, yeah.
You're measuring the Guatemalans? Or Or are you in Alabama? Are you right up next to Alabama where the people are 6 foot, there's towns in North Florida where the people average like 6'5".
Wow.
It's true. Go up where Florida, Alabama, and Georgia meet. You'll see some of the tallest people. And by the way, this is like where the NFL and the NBA and recruit from. Florida, Alabama, powerhouses. But so what I'm demonstrating here is you go look at Israel or the kingdom of Judah, kingdom of Judea, and you're going to see all these different groups, right? And today we simply remember all of them we simply remember all of them as Jews.
It's one.
It's so dumb. It's so confusing. It's such an oversimplification. So Jesus was not a Pharisee. He was not a Herodian Jew. He was not an Edomite. He was a full-blooded Judahite on both sides of his family. The reason they put his lineage in there is because that was so unique at the time for an actual Judean citizen to be an actual Judahite. It was like being born in Virginia and your mom comes from George Washington and your dad comes from Benjamin Franklin.
Interesting.
It's like, not only am I in the spot, in the capital of the colony, my ancestry goes back to the founding fathers. My ancestry goes back to that founding stock of that homeland. It's Jesus stepping up to the plate was like an Anglo-American man stepping up to office, stepping up to the public eye today. It was kind of on the downtrend. You saw more brown, short African, Israel was very cosmopolitan back then. So for an actual full-blooded Judahite to step up to the plate and say, no, this is the way it's going to be, that had so much weight behind it because the Herodians did not have anywhere near that amount. They had no real Judahite blood. All the other, most of the Jews back then were not even Israelites or practiced Hebrew ancestry at all. They just live in the kingdom of Judea and are therefore labeled Jews. So when you hear Jesus called the King of the Jews, number one, it's mocking the fact that he claimed to be a real Jew. Oh, you're a real Jew? Yeah, you're King of the Jews, right? Number two, it's mocking the fact that that Jew was a political term. From the Roman perspective, Jew is anyone who lived in Judea.
It's territorial. Mm-hmm. Do you think that this is a cyclic thing that comes about through populations where, like an analogy is in the biological world, there's oftentimes you have this strategy of you ever heard of the sneaky fucker fish? That kind of. No. You have animals who have strategies of taking over nests or taking, looking like another. You have these males who will change themselves to look like a female, and then the male will mate with him, and then he'll sneak and mate with there's a lot. This strategy is pervasive in the biological world, so of course it's gonna come out through human behavior, right? Yeah. So I wonder if this is like a reoccurring theme, that a cyclic theme, that we sort of like this breaking apart, coming together, and there's always some nefarious survival strategy that hijacks the main thread.
Just real quick, Ricky, 1 sec. Yep. I'm trying to type a comment, but YouTube's rejecting it.
Because you gotta figure out some phonetics.
Just pull here real quick. I'm trying to comment this, but YouTube is rejecting it. The last 4. My comment to you was, please call in. I'd love to see what you look like. We'd all love to see what you look like. I've got $20 on the fact that you're fat or ugly. Okay.
You got called out, bro.
So how about you call in?
You
and
got to.
let's see what you look like. Let's see what a specimen you are.
You ain't gonna have better hair. You did get a haircut.
Pool, call in, brother. You talk shit about Jesus? Come show your face. Come here. Let's see. My neck's too skinny for you? Hmm? I don't think so. No. Okay. Oh, the way I come here, call in.
How old are you?
Come call in, Pool. Come call or you're gonna get banned, okay? Come call in, let's see your face. I've got $20 if anyone wants to match the bet that he's overweight or ugly. You don't like men.
I'll double down on that.
How insightful. Come call in, man. We won't spend too much time on it, but come call in. Or are you going to run away with your tail between your legs because you're ugly and fat? If you were remotely good looking, you would be running to go get your webcam. If you were remotely intelligent and could explain your way out of that, you would be running to go get your webcam.
It's $40, bro.
I'll give you $100 if you can prove you're not fat or overweight. You're not ugly or overweight. $100.
He's going to wake up somebody in his house right now.
Oh yeah, he's gonna have to get the neighbor. Go get the milkman. All right. I think I've proved my point. Spineless, dickless, ugly, overweight, average Jesus hater. Okay. Average Jesus hater. Okay. All right. All right. Pool, we gave you a chance. You've embarrassed yourself. You've revealed yourself to be spineless, dickless, ugly. All right. Anyways, let's keep it moving. So I mean that's pretty much it. I mean we're at Jesus then, and you know the big missing picture is the lost tribes of Israel were never lost. They are the Northern Europeans, or at least the progenitors of many nations in Europe. And the blessings made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob have come true in them. And yeah, what else?
Well, one thing I find interesting. Well, let's talk about circumcision a little bit.
Oh yeah,
because to see what you think about that. It's weird because I kind of came from this from a weird perspective because I was watching this sort of culture war go on, and you know everyone's trying to seize control of a historical narrative to gain something, and you know you have pagans who attack Christians, call you worship a Jew, and then you have Jews who make everyone feel bad because we started your religion. Jesus was a Jew. There's a weird war going on. So I was thinking about it, and I kind of like you said, evidence is evident. And I came from it from this weird perspective of just looking at Mary's name, like her name in Hebrew means bitter, means rebellious, but in Egyptian, it means beloved. And there's certain words like this in Hebrew versus Egyptian where you have just the Ra in Egypt is obviously sun god, and Ra in Hebrew is evil. So there's these weird little linguistic
demonizations almost.
Yeah, and one thing that interests me about Jesus, because when you study what Judaism is, there's a and I'm not talking, obviously, like I'm not talking about individual Jews who are just people living their life. I'm mostly talking about the threat of Judaism that can have some nefarious aspects to it in terms of strategy. I call it the shortest path. So I wanted to think of like what is morality if you had to make it the most simplest geometric, no abstraction, just a geometric. And if you have a shape and you have to get from one point to another, you go around the sphere, right? So if you want to go to one part of the sphere, you have to go around the sphere. But some people want to go through the sphere and go the shortest path. The shortest path is taking over someone's lineage, saying it's yours, it's lying, it's stealing, it's violating some boundary. So to me, it was like there's this very simple principle of there's a ideology that seeks the shortest path no matter what. And there's no transgression. It worships the shortest path. And I think that's there's this, because Judaism does sort of like have this lineage, racial, is it political? There's the definitions are change as it suits the narrative. It was interesting to me because I was like, I was thinking about the movie The Matrix, where you have someone who's born inside the Matrix who has to escape out of the Matrix, but he's not a program. He actually is a person, and find the others, right? Break them out of the Matrix. And Judaism, in a sense, is it's the biggest cult that's never called a cult. I grew up in a cult. Jehovah's Witnesses have a very culty vibe about how they control things. And so they don't, there's no pressure to reform Judaism. I think there's things that need to be reformed about it. But one of the things is you'll have these celebrities who are, I'm Jewish, and you realize that there's nothing Jewish about them at all. But that will now propagate through their lineage. And the lineage is almost hijacked. And to me, it was like Jesus was almost, what he modeled was breaking out of that. Breaking out of a hijacking of being bored into something which made you something. It kind of like takes over your identity. And he sort of was a this sort of figurehead to model that aspect. And what happened, exactly what you said, it spread everywhere, and the people very far away ate it up real fast. And so to me, it's just like, is almost like, someone being born into something that didn't fit into it and was having like an allergic reaction and had to get out. And so I came from it from like this very like more metaphysical aspect. I never had done like the deep dive that you just did, which threads a lot more narratives. But what do you think about circumcision? I'm curious to just see what you're off the cuff, because I know you mentioned that. Like, what do you think? What do you think? Like,
well, I don't think it's as bad as some people think. It's clearly, a bloody act. It could be interpreted as barbaric. But I also wonder, why was it ever initiated? Why was it ever implemented? If we're really going to believe the Bible, are we, same thing with the blessings made to Abraham? Are we going to call did God know what he was doing when he, sanctioned, ordered, or at least allowed, or at least responded favorably to circumcision? I believe God probably did order circumcision. Remember, is God ordering circumcision cruel or bad, or is it saying that he designed us poorly, or that we need to get corrected, or is mankind saying, well, we don't like the way God designed us, so we're going to change it? Well, it would appear God is the one who implemented circumcision, or at least blessed it and said, all right, run with it. I appreciate that gesture, right? So, people read it differently. Some people see it as God commanding circumcision. Others look at it as Abraham just kind of did it to show respect, and God said, I appreciate that. So let's keep that going.
Do you have a what's your thought on the veracity of every aspect of like the Old Testament? Because there's, you know what I'm saying? There's going to me, it's like how much of it is a revision of something, and how do we? And so I've always, that's something I would wrestle with. Is how, if so much of what we know about them is cloaked in this false reality, is why wouldn't that apply to some aspects, and we would have to do the same linguistic rooting to see what's real?
Now, remember, nothing I've said up until now is saying that the Bible is wrong or needs to be clarified beyond what it actually says. But you bring up a really good point. Is the Bible the infallible, inerrant, perfect word of God, as recorded as he perfectly wanted it, down to the letter? Now, I don't want to rain on anyone's parade here, but I think most people who've really studied the Bible, and I haven't, just, I have friends who have, I look up to people who have, I'm trying to, we know that's not really true. I mean, there's canonical differences between different churches that throws your, that's why they have to all label each other heretics or from the devil, because they need to have that one claim on an inerrant document. And if there are other churches that have differing interpretations, and in Mark, there was in various books of the New Testament, there are added verses. There are verses. I mean, so this is New Testament we're talking about. Jesus wouldn't have known that stuff, but Jesus himself says, the lying pen of the scribes has turned the Torah into a lie, or a joke. I forget the exact quote, but he says the scribes have made the Torah a lie. It's false. Now, that has to do with interpretation, right? So Democrats and Republicans can read the same Constitution and come away with entirely different interpretations, right? They can fill in their own gaps as much as they want. Now, the oral Torah and what would become the Talmud is the collection of those interpretations, or those copes, right? Yeah, it says this, but it really means this. It says that, but it's really best interpreted through this teacher and the way he viewed it, so that's how we're going to do it. And Christians do this sometimes too. They'll say, yes, Jesus said that, but Paul said this, and we're not sophisticated enough to know what Jesus meant from his own mouth. So let's just defer to Paul, even if it seemingly contradicts Jesus, which happens. In the Old Testament, you have the matter of the scribes. The scribes were putting things into the Old Testament to justify certain practices. Now, I'm not an expert on which fragment from the Bible is authentic or this or that. I actually kind of think it's a fool's game. What's important is the essence. Jesus cared about the essence. That's why he was willing to throw out 10 commandments in favor of 2. If you follow 2 commandments, you fulfill the other 8, all 10 and even the 613 laws of Moses. Jesus said 2 commandments. That's all you need. He's literally not usurping, but like staking a claim over Moses, saying that, well,
Yeah.
Moses didn't know what he was talking about. I do.
Very blatantly too.
And the thing about divorce too. So there's a couple angles to this. Number one, like your question, is it written? Is that the way it was actually written? The way it's written today? Was that really what the true scribes originally wrote? Probably not. There are additions, there are disputes in the canon and little verses added here and there. There's actually certain verses. Did you know that there's certain verses in it's either Isaiah, Hosea, where the Hebrew Bible removes one verse. One verse. Let me look. Missing
Interesting.
verse in Hebrew. Isaiah. I think it's Isaiah. Many Hebrew Bibles remove Isaiah 53 because it's so blatantly Christological, pointing to Jesus. Right?
Interesting.
They literally print Hebrew Bibles.
Just take it out.
Missing one. So not all of them. That's a myth. But
well, what do you think about
some
even
of them.
removing God's name?
See, that's another thing, is why is the name of God so they make the argument that it's out of reverence not to say it, but you could make the argument that it pains them to say it because it's so pure and holy.
I just wrote a post analyzing just comparative mythology. There's no other example of a good God not wanting you to use his name. Zero. It's only the opposite. Bad gods.
Yeah.
You don't use their names.
Interesting.
And so, are you a vegan, vegetarian?
I'm a vegetarian. Yeah.
How do you? And I know you have some deep thoughts on blood and blood ritual type stuff. How do you think that squares with what circumcision is?
That's a great point. That's a great point. Such an interesting topic. But real quick, this kind of connects, that question to the last one. Okay. Is we don't necessarily need to say, oh, well, the Bible's been corrupted and the Bible's the Bible was written by people who falsified it or this or that.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Well, we've got Jesus's perspective on that. So just take that and keep it in mind when approaching the text. But then there's also something else, and it ties into what you just asked perfectly. How do we square away, how do I cope with things that seem to be anti-vegetarian, right? Or things like that, or circumcision being bloody and me being anti-blood sacrifice, things like that. Well, there's another angle that Jesus takes. He doesn't just say, cursed pen of scribes, the cursed pen of the scribes made the Torah a lie. He also has another great one-line zinger when he's being confronted by, I believe, Pharisees who are saying, hell yeah. So we're going to get to that in a sec. I agree. Jesus says, they're asking him about divorce. Because remember, John the Baptist had come out publicly and criticized the King Herod taking his brother's wife as his new wife. So his brother died or something, and he took his wife as his own. Now that's something that's actually promoted and detailed in Exodus or Leviticus, where Moses is saying, if a brother dies, as per the law of Moses, if a brother dies, his brother should take that woman as a wife and keep having kids, because that's the honorable thing to his brother. That's implemented by Moses. And divorce is also implemented by Moses. And divorce then actually becomes very commonplace in Judaism. And it's a big problem, you know. It's one of the reasons that they have to kind of shift to matrilineal descent is because the marriages are not structured or stable in the same way that, you know, other marriages were. Also, real quick about the name of God being not pronounced. Well, earlier when I was talking about Yahweh not being Middle Eastern, I almost brought up the fact that the Native Americans have their own Yahweh. They believe in Yo-Hey-Wah. The Indians here in Florida, their name for the Great Spirit was Yo-Hey-Wah. Jehovah, pretty much.
Interesting.
And what we're really getting at here is Yahweh, Javeh, Yehovah. What this really is the breath of life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yahweh.
That's Yahweh. It's the breath of life. It's like saying hello, aloha.
Hello. Yep.
Elohim. You know, yo, hey, vav, hey. It's all the same. It's yo, hey, hello. You know, it's the first breath that comes out when you see someone. So Yahweh is the breath of life. Boom, get wrecked, fucking Viking, neo-pagan losers, these neo-pagan LARPers who say, oh, God of Abraham's a Middle Eastern deity. No, you're fucking retarded. It's not. Okay. And then these people, these academics today trying to say Yahweh is just a local storm demon, storm god. Yeah, that's not true either. Okay. Then explain Yahweh in Native America. Unless you're a Mormon, how do you explain that? Yahweh is a universal God. If one group is the first to recognize him and they happen to be in the Middle East, and by the way, it's not a distinct deity. It's the God of everything. I mean, this goes right over people's heads. But Jesus, when he's being asked about divorce, let's go back to that. He's being asked about divorce, and then because John the Baptist had criticized Herod and his wife's situation with his brother, and Jesus, it seems, agreed with John. And he may have even added to that message and said, no divorce. This is Jesus's position on divorce. No divorce. Under any circumstances other than the woman committing adultery. So if the woman has sexual relations with another man, all bets are off. That's it. Anything other than that, you cling to her and work it out. You cling to each other. Okay. He's cornered by some Pharisees or Sadducees. I forget what it says, but let's say Pharisees. The Pharisees corner Jesus because they heard John was, and by the way, this is why John gets his head chopped off, because he criticized the divorce of Herod. And Herod says, oh, well, get that fucking guy over here. Let's chop his head off. You know, I'm not going to take that. So John's head's chopped off. Jesus gets word of this or whatever. He's being questioned about divorce. Why did John say you can't get divorced? Jesus, do you agree with John? Or, you know, they're trying to get Jesus' head cut off. They're trying to get him to commit the same offense as John.
Wow.
Everything the Pharisees are trying to tell Jesus is baiting him to incriminate himself so that they can have him executed. That's why it's so masterful. These one-liners, these zingers, these, you know, the parables where, you know, he can't give them that explicit answer because it might even get him killed. So the parables are perfect. But then what happens? They're asking him about divorce, and they think they've got him cornered because clear as day, Moses allow divorce. Who do you think you're better than Moses? You think you know better than Moses? Not a Jew, by the way. Moses is a Levite, not a Jew.
Egyptian name too.
Yeah, good. So, what does Jesus say? They say, why are you against divorce? And Jesus says, because of the hardness of your hearts, Moses made it so. Because of the hardness of your ancestors' hearts, because of how cold-hearted and selfish your ancestors were, yes, you're right. Moses did permit it. But from the beginning, it was not so. That's Jesus' teaching on divorce. That's Jesus' position, I believe, on animal sacrifice, blood sacrifice of every type, and vegetarianism. I believe that is Jesus's greatest statement about his motivations. Those are his actual. That's his morals. That's him not saying, "Well, yes, we have this allowance," but he's going back. He's going back to the beginning.
Yeah.
Is that God's original design, or is that an accommodation that was made later? Well, Jesus doesn't want the accommodations. The kingdom of heaven is not a kingdom of accommodation. It's the original design. The prophecy that Jesus also echoes, the wolf and the lamb. The lion will eat straw, right? Children will be able to lie down with wild animals, and the wild animals are not going to thirst for blood anymore. This is Jesus's vision of the future that he agrees with. We first see it in the Old Testament. The prophets, some of the later prophets, are saying this. Stop the animal sacrifice. Stop the temple system. That's not the essence. That's not the way. Those may have been roadblocks and little pop quizzes set up along the way to test the Israelites, but they weren't the original design. So to your question, that doesn't really have too much to do with circumcision, but I think it's relevant. Where if divorce popped up later after the Garden of Eden, it's a symptom of the fallen world. It's a symptom of the corrupt nature of man. It's a symptom of man's laws, not God's. We think Moses is God's laws, but they're God's accommodations to a wicked, sinful, dumb, retarded, selfish people. We're all selfish, dumb, and retarded. And that was true back then too. So Jesus, all of these are accommodations. The divorce, the sacrificial system, and maybe even circumcision. It's true that God commanded Abraham to be circumcised, but he didn't command Adam to do it. And Jesus did not command others to do it. But like I said, Jesus is also quoted saying, in the Gospel of Thomas, I think, saying, when I'm gone, go to James, my brother, James the just, James the circumciser. So James, the brother of Jesus, kind of wanted Christianity to stay almost like a secret society. Like you had to be initiated in, you had to prove yourself, test yourself. This was the earliest Christian movement. The first bishop in Jerusalem. Did you know that? There was a pope before Peter.
Interesting.
And it was the brother of Jesus in Jerusalem. Makes perfect sense. Jesus lived in Jerusalem. The first church comes out of Jerusalem. Where does this Rome stuff come from? Paul and them. Paul.
Is he a good, or like what's his
Paul?
Or no, Jesus' brother? Like, how do we qualify him in terms of?
Well, he's
positive, or
some people interpret it to mean that Jesus thought more highly of his brother than himself. You brought up Mary earlier. Everything amazing and beautiful people like to say about Mary was more so true for James, the brother of Jesus. James, the brother of Jesus, was a lifelong, allegedly, lifelong continence or celibacy, chastity. He was continent, so he never ejaculated. He never spilt his seed, as the Bible says. And
Aura farming.
yeah, he was a no-fapper, okay?
Yeah.
He was no-fap aura maxing, and basically James, the brother of Jesus, carried on his ministry directly. Jesus is dead and risen, here and then gone, however you want to say it. Don't get offended, but he's here, then he's not here. And then James takes over. And then two more rulers or bishops. You could call them bishops in Jerusalem before we get Peter and the Roman church, Paul, via Paul and Peter. James, the brother of Jesus, disputed with Paul. They argued. So Paul's letters are essentially him raging and trying to discredit James, because Paul wanted to take over Jesus's movement. Paul wanted to be the quarterback, the number one cheerleader. He's the new team captain.
That Professor Yang guy who blew up on YouTube, that Chinese guy. He says Paul was a
Roman agent,
social engineer.
Maybe the Professor Zhang guy. I mean,
yeah,
he's like me. Okay, he's like a crackpot.
He's got a lot of interesting things.
People think he's more more well put together than he really is. But
do you think that by its nature there has to be some something in the Bible? Because growing up, what I was taught as a Jehovah's Witness was it's inspired by God, so God sort of made sure that some fidelity would remain true through, right?
Yeah.
But just as a sort of like law of nature, yin yang, whatever, Satan disguising himself as an angel of light, or even there has to be something in the Bible that is satanic that we think is good.
Yeah.
Just from a sort of like universal, like that just seems like what the Bible even tells you, is that there's going to be this there. What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have strong suspicions that might be circumcision. I'm not trying to convince you of anything because I don't know. I'm exploring this too. But I wanted to tell you something really funny because you were talking about the prefrontal cortex. Jews have the worst spatial IQ of almost like really bad.
Okay.
It's extremely horrible spatial IQ.
Playing sports in South Florida growing up, I probably could have told you that.
Yeah, right.
Don't need any fancy studies.
So
I
wonder if circumcision is sort of like a technique in this in terms of it's a way of conditioning. It's a shortcut to condition somebody to a certain disposition, sort of like trauma-based mind control types things. And I wonder if it's possible that circumcision might be the sort of like evil embedded that got Trojan horsed into something. And because it seemed like after Jesus that it was a very
right,
in the Hellenistic world, circumcision was not looked highly. It was very frowned upon. Lots of battles in that time circumcision was just a hot topic all the way around. And I do wonder if if it's possible that that might be like, I don't know how metaphysical you get about the powers that run the world and the root of egregores, stuff like that, but I do wonder if circumcision is what gives them a certain modicum of power in the world, that the practice does something biological, carries on. There is some sort of metaphysical thing you get through the sacrifice.
Well,
it's just interesting. Yeah, it's a deep topic. I'm sure we're not like suited to go there, but it's
when
I'm wondering about it.
When these fucking Orthodox freaks put their mouth on it, yeah, they're welcoming a demon into the body of that child.
Yeah.
So that's
well, interesting
right off the bat.
fact is
now the ones. Well, go ahead.
Well, the degrees of circumcision have changed. So when the Jews in the Hellenistic world, when they would play their basketball naked and shit, and you got
right, yeah,
dongs running around, they would try to blend in, pull the foreskin down, and when certain hardcore rabbinical sects took over, they just started chopping off more, so you couldn't fake it.
Yeah.
So it got more extreme.
Yes, there are. That's a good point. Yeah, the gymnasium is like some people believe that circumcision was not as ancient of a Hebrew thing as people think, that it was a response to the gymnasium culture where all the men had to be naked.
Yeah.
The Jews came up with a way to force themselves to, they could never lie about their heritage.
Mm-hmm.
You could, because they were worried about their own family members or descendants denying their Jewish heritage when they got older, because the Hellenistic culture was so appealing. They had different, you could eat whatever you wanted, you could party whenever you wanted, you could drink whenever you wanted. That they were worried about people denying their Jewish ancestry when they were older. So you'd mark them in a way that they could not put back. You couldn't cover that up after. But you're absolutely right. There were different forms and degrees of circumcision. The type that was, I'm not going to say which type James, the brother of Jesus, had, but it was probably the same type that I believe Jesus was circumcised. There's nothing has pointed me to the fact that Jesus wasn't circumcised.
I think he was born into the Judaism of the time, whatever it was. I'm sure he was religiously indoctrinated into that, for sure.
That's actually what, you might like this. That's actually what New Year's is, by the way. January 1st. What's the significance of that day? It's the circumcision date of Jesus Christ.
Interesting.
Allegedly. Now that's going off the Christmas birthday, and
sure.
I'm not saying that's fact, but that's the origin, one of the origins of New Year's. 8 days after the winter solstice or Christmas is the 1st of January, the circumcision day of Jesus. So interesting, right? It's a good time to punch your clock on the year. Punch your ticket on the year. But
because I often wonder, like, when you're talking about I know we're probably getting close to the end, but we just end on this. When you're talking about the genetic lineages, and so much of the eschatology is rooted in who your descendants are, and the more we learn about epigenetics, the more you realize why that might be the case. And and I have an article about the epigenetics of circumcision where I sort of, it's the oldest human experiment ever done. That's been done every single generation all the time for almost 3,000 years. So it's a very unique litmus test for what's possible. And it just so happens that the two groups who do it are in a turf war in the West. and
Yeah.
everything revolves around that, you know.
Totally.
And
Yeah.
it's very strange to me that every time I'm like researching stuff, there's always like circumcision at the bottom. Even the modern use of circumcision in hospitals, where it's just sort of like a harvesting operation to get precious biological tissue that can be turned into one foreskin can be worth up to like $20 million just after they grow it and do all the Frankenstein shit with it.
Is that what Palm Beach Pete told you?
I think that's what Epstein jerky was. Take a bunch of foreskin jerky. But I do wonder if there, you know, it's one of the few things that you can pin a so imagine you have two lines. You have like the Hebrew line, you know, and then you have the opposite. You're gonna have the inverted, the satanic line, the long path, short path. And I always wondered if circumcision has a really, if it is sort of a nexus point of because if you banned it, imagine you banned it in the West.
Yeah.
Just imagine that scenario.
Well, here,
what happens?
I don't know. How about this, man?
Not like
bro.
It's complete
I've
chaos.
got it, bro. Listen, I've got enough feeling down there. Okay, I don't need any more feeling. Okay,
good. It's funny that they just found a spot.
We don't need. I mean, I'm fighting for my life after 30 seconds. Okay, I don't need any.
You don't need
I don't need any extra sensory perception over here. Okay, I mean,
I feel you.
I can barely sit next to a lady on the bus. So I mean, I don't need. Just kidding. I'm joking, but you know, this thing about like, yeah, probably it's full of all these sensory nerves and pleasure receptors, but bruh, I'm good on the pleasure receptors. We don't need any more. I'm max. If there's more than that, we don't need more. Okay. I'm just joking, of course. I'm actually a tantric master. I can last 500 hours, and you know, I'm a tantric master. Okay, let's just be real.
Reconsume your Christos.
Well, yeah, I'm actually an injaculator.
I like that. That's
no, I'm joking again. But so basically, there is some utility to circumcision. I'm sure you've heard the other side. You know, you're very passionate about you know, exposing the dangers and believe me, there are big dangers. That's the most sensitive part of the body. And the way that you know, the Jews do it, they typically take as much skin as they can. They like the sleek, really sleek look. You know, it's basically that causes a lot of issues. You mean like it, you know, bending too much over, bending too much up, down because the skin is too tight on one side. You know, that happens all the time. They have so much. They have so many issues in that part of the body because of their method. Now, luckily, the doc was pretty generous when he snipped me. But I don't know. But I don't know if there was any more. If there was any more on there to start,
it would be
off,
good.
It would. Man, no. But basically, yeah, I'm sure you've heard the explanation that when you do circumcise, yes, there is a bit of a loss, a diminishing in the pleasure receptors. Yes, absolutely. Maybe a decreased orgasm, you know, length and you know, magnitude or whatever, intensity. Maybe that's true. That probably is true. I mean, you're cutting all the skin away. But what was the goal? Was it purely mutilation? I do believe there was some good goal originally. Now remember, we're not saying that God made a mistake when he designed us. But could it possibly make sense that when God made us, he overdosed us he overdosed us with sexuality, and that part of the Bible is literally conquering the dragon, conquering that maybe God did, dose us a little too much with the sexuality and perversions, and
It's a literal shortcut
but he's giving us
to manage your lusts.
That's a good point. That's a good point too.
It's a shortcut.
But that's a good point. Yeah, it's not the perfect fix. But I think God's leading us out of that sin, that perversion.
Yeah.
So I think the people back then believed God may have overdosed some of us in that area. And you look at uncircumcised countries, they usually have a higher masturbation rate. It's not huge, but it's a little bit higher. Noticeable for sure. It's not a negligent difference.
That might be India's per capita. Skewing. Yeah.
Three hands per dick is what they're measuring.
They got the Shiva or whatever the fucking goddess with jerking all over.
But basically, I think that circumcision, it may actually balance out because we look at all the other animals on planet Earth. We look at animals with horns. What does mankind do? They often shave them off. We look at animals with sharp claws. Mankind often removes the claws. We look at wings. Mankind often clips the wings. And I'm not saying these are advantages or disadvantages, but sometimes mankind takes it upon himself to kind of balance or temper God's creation. And if we're to believe that this was at God's behest, God wanted us to do this, he may have provided a solution to that knowledge, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the fruit, the sexuality, the clear sexual overtones of the serpent, the tree, the fruit. It's clearly having something to do with sexuality. And Abraham may have been the first attempt at actually working on the hardware instead of, the software. And Jesus comes around with this wonderful new software that probably you don't need that hardware update. But I think Abraham was the first attempt at operating on the hardware to serve God's goals, to serve the vision of us being less, because look at all these uncircumcised places. I know it's hard to say, England's very civilized, but they don't really circumcise as much. But these other places around the world that don't circumcise, they're obsessed with sex, obsessed with it. I mean, a lot of these,
It's tricky though, because they
can't take their hands out of their pants.
Jews are very overrepresented in the sex trade.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And I wonder, it's very complicated because I'm with you. I get it. Were you raised Christian or did you come into it?
My dad's side is Irish Catholic. My mom's side's Protestant. I went to an Episcopal Anglican school.
Okay. Are you more non-denominational, gnosis-y kind of at the moment, or do you have
No, I don't like Gnosticism or anything like that.
Okay.
I believe I like the King James Version Bible, and this kind of answers something else we were talking about. The essence. I don't believe God's word can be. In the Bible, it does say God's word cannot be altered.
Yeah.
Some rendition, some version of that sentence. Now take that with Jesus talking about the scribes who made the Torah into a lie. How do we reconcile those two facts? God's word's never going to change or be altered. It can't be altered. But then the scribes are making it a lie. How does that work? Well, the essence is always there.
Right. I agree with that.
No matter what translations and mistranslations, game of telephone, no matter what's going to happen to that Bible, God's word is still in there. God's word can't be removed from that document. It can be obscured. It can be, muddied up a little bit, but interpretation is the key.
Can I ask you one question before we wrap this up? And then you just ended on this. It's almost one.
Totes.
What do you think the future is between, rooting out the bad parts of Christianity, Zionism, whatever? What do you think about the rise of paganism and also the rise of Christianity, especially in our demographics? How do you do you think they can be merged? Because part of my reason of looking at Jesus and trying to reframe him as more of a Hellenistic Aryan type figure is to have so pagans can have some respect for Christianity and even Christianity have some respect for paganism in terms of a lot of the lore and story. You know what I mean? They're both sort of inherent to our ancestors in a sense, and but I do think they can have like a symbiosis, so to speak. But a lot of people define themselves against something. So pagans are like define themselves against Christianity, and So what do you think? What do you think?
As far as the pagans go, pagans are always going to be pagans. Okay. And do you know what the number one pagan habit, the favorite pagan activity is?
What?
Converting to Christianity.
Yeah, that's a good.
So that's what unifies all pagans around the world. They
convert to Christianity. I tried telling pagans that. I'm like, most of you guys converted on your own. You weren't forced and shit.
Yes,
that's not
exactly.
They weren't forced. That's a.
And here's
bullshit.
Here's the great thing. Okay, man, how did I say this a couple days ago? Northern European pagans, wherever they are in Europe, pagans are not. How do we say this? All right, I'm too fried right now. It's too late.
You're good. It was a heavy question to end with.
No. Dude, I'm with you, man. So many neo-pagan LARPers come in to the bookstore and they dog on Christianity or this or that. It's the same three things over and over again. Jesus was Jewish.
Yep.
The God of Abraham's a Middle Eastern, egregore, evil, and then Christianity is a Jewish Frankenstein.
Yep.
It's a psyop. It's a movement. It's the broom of Judaism, right? That's actually Islam, by the way. Islam was a Frankenstein monster created by Jews in Arabia.
Very explicit.
To settle a dispute between pagans worshiping a cube, worshiping a bunch of idols in a rock, circumambulating this rock.
Mm-hmm.
Islam is a truce hashed between these pagan idol worshippers and the Jewish trading elite of these Arab trade routes.
Yep.
That's what Islam is. And Islam is the Frankenstein that got out of control.
Yep.
Not Christianity. Okay. Judaism is a minority position that gets its identity as a counter to the majority of Christianity, which most Israelites back then, non-Herodian Jews, the real Hebrews in Judea back then, most of them converted to Christianity, and they're indistinguishable from your European Christians of today.
Yeah.
And by the way, people, before the spread of Islam, all of North Africa was Greeks, Romans. They spoke Greek in North Africa.
It was Europe for all intents and purposes.
Exactly. Right up until Jesus' day, you go look through all of Syria, Libya, not totally Egypt. Egypt, they had a lot of ethnic admixture. But go look at all the Greek busts and Roman busts in North Africa. These are as European as you can get. Okay? And until the spread of Islam, North Africa was white, Greek, Hellenistic. Then Islam comes and you get the whole area is blotched out with one phenotype. One Arab group blotches out all of North Africa, all the Middle East, most of the southern Mediterranean coast of Europe, like Italy, Greece, all that dark hair and dark eyes comes from the spread of Islam, the Moors, the Muslims. Before that, you had blonde, red-haired people going from Ireland all the way to Israel and much of North Africa.
What makes Christianity unique is that it can self-repair. It has something in
Right.
it. Something in it allows it, when things get out of control, there's something in it that allows it to self-correct at some point, where that I think's missing from a lot of other religions, where they just keep kind of snowballing into negative patterns.
It's forgiveness is what you're looking for.
It really is,
It's the ability to not only forgive enemies, but to forgive
yourself,
opposition movements, to forgive yourself, to forgive the shortcomings that leaders in your own community made.
Yep.
In Judaism, they don't forgive or let go; they double down.
Yep.
They double down on the shortcomings of their teachers and their tradition.
Yep.
So
turn the other cheek is picking your battles, and there's a lot of you stay alive a lot longer.
you asked about the pagans, and real quick, I want to say, if you were an alien who came down to planet Earth and you did not speak English, you didn't know what a book was or anything like that, you didn't know what Christianity or Judaism were, and you came down and you got to tour Earth for a day, and you got to see the Jews, the Christians, and the neo-pagans. And I know they're not, unified, the pagans, in under one belief or whatever, but neither are Christians or Jews, really. To me, paganism, again, let's go to the words. Paganism, the defining characteristic is that the notion that you owe Mother Nature something. In Spanish, the word, what does pagan mean? Not many people know, and it has various, meanings, but in Spanish, pagan means they pay. We pay. They pay, or a group of people are paying.
Interesting.
Pagar means to pay. Pagan means multiple people are paying.
Interesting.
Pagan, pagan. It means you have to pay to exist. Mother Nature needs something from you for you to exist. That's not what the God of the Bible believes. That's not the way the Bible's written. God placed man and woman in the Garden of Eden. Okay? The sacrificial system is something else, but paganism is the notion that Mother Nature wants something back from you. At first, it's just fruit. Usually, around the world, fruit offerings are kind of universal. The first fruits, right? Even in the Old Testament, that the Israelites observe first fruits, first fruit offerings. And when you go to, let's say one year we're this pagan community and we're offering a basket of mangoes or apples every year to our little gods, our little demons, right? And then one year, the harvest isn't that good. Well, what the hell? What the hell? I just offered my apples. Are the gods angry at me? And you get in this schizophrenic loop, like feedback loop, where you're reacting to your own imagination. You're filling the gaps. You're trying to explain, you're trying to explain meteorology and weather with oh, why you didn't like my offering, right?
Very anthropomorphized. Yeah.
When you offer fruit and something goes wrong, you're going to feel like that fruit offering wasn't enough.
Mm.
This is the slippery slope of
You get
paganism.
the Cain and Abel almost.
A little bit. They were both vegetarians, by the way, Cain and Abel.
Cannibal, yeah. You know.
But it's like saying,
paganism is almost like a group level relationship to, and whereas Jesus had instilled an individual personal relationship that made even the slaves and lower class not feel like they were just a cog in the elite's machine.
Yes.
And paganism never dealt with that correctly and never did solve that.
Yeah. Now, also, just real quick on that, like the alien visiting human or alien visiting Earth for a day, and he gets a sample of the different religions. Well, I want to ask you, who do you think he's going to see more of an affinity between? Okay.
Sure.
He's going to visit the Jews, and he's going to see how they sacrifice animals, the Caparo ritual, the temple system. The only reason most Jews don't sacrifice animals today is because they don't have a temple to do it at. The temple in Jerusalem hasn't been built, and they've been instructed not to build one until the Messiah returns. Now, they differ in that interpretation. Some of them are trying to build it in preparation for the Messiah. Some of them are saying, the Jews who refuse to fight in the military and are arguing against the Orthodox Jews who argue against Israel and they fight with the police.
Right.
They agree with almost everything else the other religious Jews believe in, the extremely Zionist ones, except the only reason they won't is because they think you have to wait for the Messiah. Yes, exactly. So they agree with the temple sacrifices. They agree with the Zionism and the whole world's going to bend the knee to us and be our slaves for eternity. They agree with all that. They just think you need to wait for the Messiah to show up first. So they think Israel's going in the wrong order, right? That's their thing.
That's fine.
Now, real quick, the alien who's going to visit these three religions, he's going to see Judaism. He's going to notice that they sacrifice animals. They hold a weapon. There's the animal. Blood is spilt. You don't need a language to observe this. The alien's going to know what's happening. They're brutalizing those animals. They're maybe he can even realize that it's a ceremony. They're depositing their sin into those animals. They're giving this animal so that some punishment can be lessened on them.
Stealing life force almost. Yeah.
Exactly. Either to get a better harvest next year or to forgive themselves for some offense. That's the Jewish system. Judaism, Pharisaic Judaism, still supports blood sacrifice to this day. It happens on American soil. Then you go look at the pagans, the neo-pagans. If you're not sacrificing animals, you're not a real pagan. You're a faker. You're a LARPer. And even the ones who do sacrifice animals, they're LARPing too. Okay? Everyone wants to be a Viking and my family is descended from the Vikings and we were the strongest Vikings in all of Viking land. No, you work at fucking TJ Maxx. You work at Starbucks. Your tattoos are you're screaming your heritage. You're desperate to announce your heritage. Just shut up.
I tell them that there's criticizing Christianity before you have nothing. You've built nothing. You have no organization. You have nothing.
Right.
What are you doing? Do your own thing.
Yeah. What's their number one form of worship? Songs. Oh yeah, let me open my pagan psalm book. Let me go flip through my pagan proverbs. I mean, they've got some. Don't get me wrong, they've got some wisdom and some good songs. But when all these pagans get together, what unifies them? Because you see, like, it's English, German. You see one of these pagan groups, there's no cohesion or consistency. You've
No.
got like you've got like 10 Germans, 10 English people. Your last name's like your last name's like some basic American stuff, and you're like, oh no, I'm a descendant of Thor, and my god is Freya, and this and that. And well, back to the alien. If that alien hangs out with some of these neo-pagan LARPers, the number one thing that unifies them is animal sacrifice.
Yeah, that's true.
These people who call themselves neo-pagans, the Thor's hammer and the runes, and oh yeah, I'm a fucking badass with my runes. I love runes. I like real runes. I don't like rune tattoos. Those are fucking gay. Sorry, people. Okay. The runes, all that stuff, it's a sideshow. The real goal of paganism is animal sacrifice. Anyone who doesn't know this doesn't know anything about real Northern European paganism. The whole thing is about animal sacrifice.
It's animalism.
Now, people are going to say, no. It's about knowing my herbs and making tea and making candles. No, that's not paganism. That's just connecting to nature. And by the way, paganism doesn't have a monopoly on that. You've been fooled if you think the God of the Bible isn't the God of the trees, the rocks, the water. God envelops all of that. That is God.
Paganism is still in the debt exchange dynamic that
totally
Judaism
exactly
has. And that's what I think Jesus solves in a weird way.
Exactly.
And they need to learn from that, because you can have ancestor veneration without the larpiness. And
yeah, and it works both ways. This is a good comment. Yes, it's also true that the Jews were engaged in pagan practices around the time of Jesus. That's true too. Both things can be true. I side with Jesus, not either of those. So also, remember this alien who's visiting Earth? He's going to see the Jews supporting animal sacrifice, if not engaging in it in the streets of Brooklyn, Manhattan. And then you're going to see the neo-pagans meeting in the middle of the night, a bunch of fat, ugly white girls.
A lot of them are woke. Any pagan community.
A bunch of fat, ugly white girls, a bunch of chubby dudes with neck beards, a bunch of chubby dudes with tattoos and neck beards. Okay. And these people meet in the middle of the night. They're either having orgies because they're fucking freaks, weird fucking losers who have orgies. That's 90% of pagans are just hoping to get some extra pussy. That's like what it is. It's like saying you're into tantra. Oh, I'm a pagan, because it has a sexual connotation. Like
it does have like a
we fucked like pagans. You ever hear someone say, we blanked like heathens, like no inhibitions, right? That's sexy. That's appealing. People are gonna, who's gonna deny that, right? It's like, yeah, I'm one of those cool kids. I'm one of those rebels.
The Church of Satan is really just paganism with Luciferian wardrobe on it.
Totally.
I went to the Church of Satan. They, remember, their Baphomet statue that they made, they unveiled. It's like that big Baphomet. It's huge. So they brought it to Detroit a long time ago, and I wanted to go see what they were like, because I didn't want to go to hang out with them. I wanted to go and see what these people were like and go see it. So I went, got tickets, and they had the Baphomet statue in this warehouse in Detroit that was like abandoned. It was like this big party, and then they had the statue, and it was a really weird experience, but it was all pagan, very but just dressed up in that Christian frame yourself against,
Yeah.
define yourself within it. But yeah, I think it's a big topic coming up. I think the whole point of this conversation, I think, is to help people not to use this pejorative, but de-Jew Christianity a little bit.
Yeah.
Get rid of some of the
Yeah.
the hijacking of some of the themes, and because I think going forward that you're right, there is a rediscovering of the past and how it's been reframed, and it's a lot of shit to wade through, but we're in some weird shit with with it geopolitically, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, man. Well, if that alien came down to Earth and saw how the Jews acted, saw how the neo-pagans acted, and they didn't know any languages or any explanations, they weren't, oh, well, no, your sacrifices go to Yahweh, so those are evil. Our sacrifices, Freya loves those. Thor loves those. Odin's just so thrilled, so happy with us. Those are pure and clean, right? Well, what's that alien going to think when then he sees the Christians who never even pick up a sacrificial instrument ever, don't even have altars,
Yep.
Never even heard of them, have never even shed blood that they haven't eaten? For most of them. I mean, there's hunters who kill for sport or whatever, but most Christians, I wish they were all vegetarian. I'm not going to act like that's the most important thing, but most Christians abhor the thought of killing something and not eating it, wasting the life of a human, so an animal.
Yeah.
The notion that you'd slaughter something and not eat it to sacrifice it alone is one of the core, stances, positions of Christianity. That is the one unifying thing in Christianity. You have Christians who don't even believe Jesus was the Son of God or this or that, and they still call themselves Christian. You have Christians, such an ecosystem of beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
The one unifying thing to Christianity is they do not engage in animal sacrifice ever under any circumstances. You may have a few like messianic Jewish Christian groups who may do like a Passover lamb slaughter,
Mm-hmm.
like the Muslims do, who also engage in animal sacrifice. No true Christian engages in animal sacrifice. They may go hunt and shoot something and eat it, but it has nothing to do with pagan deities at all. Jesus thought that was one of the worst offenses, was to sacrifice an animal to a pagan deity, to eat the flesh of an animal that had been slaughtered to a pagan deity. That was one of the gravest offenses. Okay. But Paul didn't think so. But
well,
whatever.
Jesus's messages was you work whatever that debt is, you work off. You can work it off through your actions by doing something good. You don't have to take something away.
Yeah. And Jesus set the precedent, and he modeled that for everyone else, because the buck stopped with him. The buck stopped with him. But
I dig it.
All right, man. We gotta wrap it up. We've
everyone's telling you to go do a bump.
Oh yeah.
I'm with you, man. That was a great chat. We'll talk some more, and maybe we'll do this again on a few other topics, or maybe explore the paganism thing happening, because I think our generation's a little lost, and I feel like there's not good content out right now that can help help people stop from defining themselves against something else irrationally, which robs them of a lot. So, all right, homie.
Thanks, Ricky. Thanks, man. Thanks for having me on, dude.
Excellent. We'll talk soon, man. Have a good night.
See you, Ricky. Peace.
See you, Colin. Bye-bye.